Hey guys. Tonight we step into a cold, half-lit morning where the air smells like damp earth and wood smoke. And the first thing you notice is how your breath comes out in pale little clouds. As if the night is still clinging to you. You lie there listening to the soft rustle of canvas and the distant cough of someone who didn't sleep well. And you realize this isn't the kind of morning where birdsong gently wakes you. This is the kind where a bugle might crack the silence at any second and your heart will jump like your phone just buzzed with a very serious notification. You stretch, feel the stiffness in your back, and think, with a faint, ironic smile, that you definitely didn't sign up for the luxury camping package, because honestly, ban chak kong song noi doo if this were a real test of comfort. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're settling in, maybe drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You are waking in a Civil War encampment. And waking is a generous word, because sleep here is more like a series of brief ceasefires between discomforts. The ground beneath you is cold and uneven, and your blanket, if you have one that isn't threadbare, has absorbed the night's moisture like a sponge. Your clothes feel stiff, not because they're new, but because yesterday's sweat and today's dew have made them cling in all the wrong ways. Somewhere nearby, a kettle rattles softly, and the smell of weak coffee drifts through the air. Thin and hopeful, like a promise that might not fully deliver. As you sit up, you see rows of low tents and makeshift shelters. Their shapes barely visible in the early gray light. This is the ordinary morning of a soldier in the American Civil War. The kind of morning that happened thousands of times across Virginia fields and Tennessee hills. A well-known image from the war is the great armies facing each other at battles like Antietam or Gettysburg. But what you're feeling now is the quieter prelude, the daily ritual of rising, shivering, and preparing your body for whatever the day might bring. It's history at its most repetitive and, in a strange way, its most exhausting. Your stomach reminds you that it's awake too. Hunger isn't dramatic here, it's steady. Like background noise you can't quite turn off. You think of breakfast and imagine something warm and filling. The way a modern morning might start with toast and eggs or at least a bowl of cereal. Instead, you're hoping for hardtack and maybe a strip of salt pork. It's the kind of meal that doesn't so much comfort you as convince your body to keep going. A lesser-known fact is that many soldiers actually soaked their hardtack in coffee or water just to make it chewable. Turning breakfast into something like a soggy, salty biscuit soup, not exactly a five-star experience. But calories are calories when you're about to spend the day on your feet. Around you, men begin to stir. Someone cracks a joke about how the ground must have gotten harder overnight. Because it feels like sleeping on a stack of bricks. Another mutters that if this is what roughing it means, he's never going camping again, assuming, of course, that camping ever becomes a leisure activity in the future. The humor is light, almost lazy. But it serves a purpose. It's a way of easing into the day, of reminding yourselves that you're still human. Not just uniforms and muskets lined up in a field. As the sky lightens, the sounds of the camp become clearer, the clink of tin cups, the low murmur of voices, the occasional laugh, and the far-off call of an officer organizing the morning routine. Drill will come later, and with it the familiar ache in your shoulders and legs. But for now there's this brief, suspended moment between sleep and duty. You pull your coat tighter, feeling the coarse wool scratch against your neck, and you wonder, not for the first time, how something meant to keep you warm can also be so persistently uncomfortable. It's like wearing a blanket that's constantly in a bad mood. One of the most common events in the Civil War soldier's life was simply this: standing in formation at dawn. Waiting for orders. Waiting for the day to reveal whether it would bring marching, fighting, or more waiting. It sounds simple, but the waiting itself could be a test. Your mind drifts, then snaps back when you hear a sharp command. You line up, trying to look alert even if your body would really prefer another hour of lying very still and pretending the world doesn't exist. If there were a snooze button for 19th century warfare, everyone would be hitting it. There's a quiet tension in the air, too, because you never quite know what the day will hold. Some mornings lead only to drills and chores, the slow rhythm of camp life. Others lead, with little warning, to movement and then to the thunder of guns. You've heard stories, everyone has, about what happened at places like Bull Run, where early confidence dissolved into chaos, and at Shiloh, where surprise and ferocity turned a peaceful riverside into a nightmare of noise and smoke. Those battles loom in memory and rumor, shaping the way you interpret even a simple order to be ready. A little-known detail that circulates among the men is how often soldiers underestimated the cold. Even in relatively mild seasons, wool uniforms were heavy, but they weren't always enough, especially when damp. Some accounts mention men stuffing newspapers inside their coats for extra insulation, turning headlines and advertisements into makeshift armor against the chill. It's a small, almost comical image. Yesterday's news pressed against your chest to keep you warm, but it speaks volumes about improvisation and need. As you stand there, shifting your weight from one foot to the other, you become aware of the smell of the camp: smoke, wet fabric, unwashed bodies, and the faint, metallic hint of gun oil. It's a scent that will, over time, become strangely familiar, even comforting in its own way, like the smell of a workplace you never asked for but now know by heart. You might even think, with a bit of modern irony, that if this were bottled and sold as a candle, it would be labeled something like Eau de Endurance, and marketed as an acquired taste. In the distance, the sun finally clears the horizon, casting long, pale light across the field. The tents glow softly, and for a moment the scene almost looks peaceful, like a painting you might hang on a wall. But you know better. Beneath that calm surface is the constant readiness. The awareness that this quiet can be broken in an instant. It's the kind of calm that feels less like relaxation and more like a held breath. You hear someone mention a rumor about movements on the other side, and another person shrugs, saying rumors are as common as mud and usually just as messy. Still, they travel fast, carried by imagination and fear. Historians still debate about how much such rumors influenced morale and decision-making in the ranks, and whether they prepared soldiers for reality or only made the waiting more stressful. What's certain is that they filled the silence, giving the mind something to chew on when the body had little else. A final joke floats down the line: that if breakfast doesn't show up soon, the army might lose the war to hunger before it ever meets the enemy. A few quiet laughs follow, the kind that warm you slightly from the inside. You straighten your back, take a slow breath of the cold morning air, and feel the day beginning to take shape around you. This is how it starts. Not with the clash of armies, but with a shiver, a joke, and the simple, persistent act of getting up and facing whatever comes next. You start moving with the line, and the first thing you truly become aware of is not the horizon or the flags or even the office's voices, but your own clothing. The uniform hangs on you like it was designed for someone with a completely different body and a very different tolerance for discomfort. The wool coat is heavy, even when dry, and today it's still holding onto the night's dampness like a stubborn memory. It pulls at your shoulders, bunches at your elbows, and rubs your neck in a way that makes you wonder if it has a personal grudge. You shift, trying to find a position where nothing chafes, and discover there isn't one. It's like wearing a blanket that keeps trying to start an argument. Your trousers are no better. The fabric is thick, the seams are rough, and every step reminds you that these were made for durability, not for anything as delicate as comfort. And then there are your boots. They look sturdy, impressive even, the kind of footwear that seems ready to march across history. On your feet, however, they feel like two determined boxes with opinions. The leather is stiff, the fit is approximate at best, and with each movement, you can sense the promise of blisters forming, tiny hot spots that will soon become constant companions. You think, with a faint, modern smirk, that if these boots had a product review section, it would be full of comments like, "Great for surviving a war. Terrible for walking in one." This daily struggle with uniform and gear was one of the most common experiences for Civil War soldiers. A well-known aspect is the endless marching, but what often gets less attention is how much the clothing itself contributed to fatigue. Wool was chosen because it was durable and relatively warm, but it was also heavy, slow to dry, and wonderfully skilled at holding onto sweat and rain. A lesser-known fact is that many soldiers, when given the chance, altered their uniforms in small, practical ways, cutting slits for better movement, removing linings, or even swapping pieces with locals to get something that fit a little better. It was a quiet rebellion against standard issue, driven not by fashion, but by the simple desire to walk without pain. As the column begins to move, the weight on your back makes itself known. Your pack presses between your shoulders, filled with the few possessions you're allowed to carry, extra clothing, maybe a blanket, personal items, and the ever-present tools of a soldier's trade. The straps dig in, and you roll your shoulders, trying to redistribute the load. It's not unbearable, but it's persistent, like a reminder that you are never truly off duty. You might joke softly to the person beside you that this is the original, wearable tech. Except it doesn't count your steps and it definitely doesn't congratulate you for taking them. With each mile, your feet begin their own quiet protest. The ground may be dry or muddy, smooth or rutted, but the result is the same: friction, pressure, and heat building inside your boots. At first it's just an awareness, a mild irritation, then it sharpens into that familiar sting that tells you skin is being rubbed raw. You adjust your stride, favoring one foot, then the other, performing a subtle dance that only you can feel. It's not graceful, but it's necessary. Blisters, once formed, don't politely disappear. They settle in and make every step a small negotiation. You think of the famous marches of the war, the long movements before battles like Gettysburg, when entire armies covered miles in the heat, their boots raising clouds of dust that clung to sweat and turned faces into masks. The image in history books often shows determined lines of men moving with purpose. But what it doesn't always show are the tiny, private battles inside each pair of boots. Some soldiers stuffed rags or even bits of paper into their footwear to cushion sore spots. An improvised form of 19th-century orthotics. It's a small detail, but it speaks volumes about how survival often depended on creativity as much as courage. The pack shifts again, and you feel a dull ache start to form between your shoulder blades. It's not dramatic, just steady, like a background app running and slowly draining your battery. You might think, with a touch of modern humor, that if there were a low power mode for your body, it would have switched on by now, dimming non-essential functions and focusing everything on the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. Someone near you mutters that their shoulders feel like they've been personally insulted by their own equipment. And a quiet ripple of agreement moves through the line. As the hours pass, the uniform that felt merely annoying in the morning becomes a kind of second skin. It traps heat when the sun rises, then chills you when a breeze cuts through the damp fabric. It doesn't adapt. It just endures. And expects you to do the same. This was one of the constant contradictions of Civil War life. Clothing meant to protect you also tested you. Asking your body to regulate itself under layers that were never quite right for the conditions. In summer, heat exhaustion was a real threat. In winter, the same wool could be a blessing, provided it stayed dry. You catch sight of an officer adjusting his own coat, and for a moment the differences in rank seem to fade in the shared language of discomfort. No matter the insignia, everyone's shoulders sag a little under the same weight. Everyone's feet meet the same unforgiving ground. It's a quiet leveling. A reminder that the war doesn't care much about social distinctions when it comes to sore muscles and rubbed skin. You might think, Riley, that in this environment, the true badge of honor is a pair of socks that don't fall apart after a week. There's talk among the men about a recent march that ended near a small town, where some were able to trade for better-fitting shoes. The stories are told with the kind of reverence usually reserved for miracles. A pair of boots that doesn't pinch. A shirt that doesn't itch quite as much, these become treasures. It's almost funny, in a quiet way, how the definition of luxury has shifted. Forget silk and silver, here. Luxury is dry fabric and a heel that doesn't blister. You might joke that if comfort were currency, a well broken-in boot would make you a very rich person indeed. As the line pauses briefly, you take the chance to adjust your pack and stretch your calves. The muscles respond with a dull ache that is equal parts complaint and cooperation. They're tired, but they're still doing their job. You become aware of how much of this war is fought not in dramatic charges, but in these small, repetitive motions. Lift, step, shift, breathe. It's endurance as a way of life, measured not in heroic moments, but in the ability to keep moving when everything would rather stop. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the faint sound of artillery practice. A reminder of what all this marching and drilling is preparing you for. The uniform, the boots, The pack, they're all part of turning a group of individuals into something that can move and act together. Yet, inside each set of clothes, there's a body with its own limits and its own quiet complaints. Historians still debate about how much physical discomfort, as much as fear of battle, shaped a soldier's morale and effectiveness, and whether the constant strain of ill-fitting gear subtly eroded strength long before any shots were fired. A final, light remark drifts down the line, that at least all this walking means you won't need a gym membership for the rest of your life. Someone else adds that they'd happily trade all this free exercise for a single good chair and a pair of soft slippers. The chuckles that follow are soft but genuine, little pockets of relief in the steady grind. You straighten again, feeling the weight settle, the fabric scratch, the boots press. This is your world for now, wool, leather, and the road stretching ahead. Each step carries not just you, but the quiet understanding that survival here is as much about enduring these constant, intimate discomforts as it is about facing any enemy. And as you move on, you do so with the slow, patient rhythm of someone learning that in this war, even your clothes are part of the battle. By the time the column slows and you're allowed a short break, your thoughts drift, as they often do, toward food, not the dreamy, modern kind with menus and choices, but the practical, almost mathematical question of calories and survival. Your stomach has been politely reminding you of its existence since dawn. And now it speaks a little louder. A low, steady growl that sounds like it's negotiating terms. You reach for your ration, already knowing what it will be. The way you know the ending of a story you've heard too many times: hardtack and salt pork. The greatest hits of Civil War cuisine. A playlist with exactly 2 songs. You take the hardtack in your hand. It's a square, pale, and so solid it could double as building material. It doesn't crumble so much as resist. And when you tap it against your tin cup, it makes a sound more appropriate for knocking on a door than for something meant to be eaten. This is the bread of the war, issued by the millions, baked until almost all moisture was gone so it could survive months in a supply wagon without turning to mold. A well-known detail is that soldiers often called it tooth dullers, and as you bring it toward your mouth, you understand why. You consider, briefly, whether your teeth are ready for this kind of commitment. You break off a corner, and it takes a little effort. The texture is somewhere between cracker and small piece of lumber. To make it more manageable, you dip it into your coffee, which is weak, lukewarm, and more comforting in spirit than in flavor. The hardtack softens slightly, just enough to be chewed without a full engineering degree. A lesser-known fact, often shared in camp with equal parts humor and resignation, is that these biscuits sometimes came with extra protein in the form of tiny insects that had survived the baking and the long journey. Soldiers developed the habit of tapping them to shake out the pepper, pretending it was seasoning. You might think, with a dry smile, that this is the original farm-to-table dining experience. Except the table is your knee and the farm is very enthusiastic. Then there's the salt pork. It's exactly what it sounds like. Pork preserved in so much salt that it could probably survive a small flood. You slice off a piece, and the knife meets resistance. Not because the meat is tough, but because it's so densely packed with salt. The first bite is a shock, like licking the ocean, and your mouth immediately demands more water. more coffee, more anything to balance it out. You choose slowly, telling yourself that this is fuel, not pleasure. Somewhere in the back of your mind, a modern comparison forms. This is like living on protein bars that all taste faintly of seawater and regret. Despite the jokes, these rations were essential. A famous scene in the war is the long marches before battles like Gettysburg, when thousands of men moved for days with little rest, sustained largely by these simple, durable foods. Without them, the armies simply could not function. Yet the quality and quantity of rations varied wildly. Supply lines were long and vulnerable, and when they broke down, hunger became a constant companion. Some men lost weight rapidly, their bodies burning through reserves as if trying to keep a small internal fire alive with damp wood. You look around and see others eating in the same quiet, focused way. There's not much conversation, just the sound of chewing and the clink of tin. Someone makes a soft joke that the hardtack could probably stop a bullet if you held it up at the right angle. And another replies that if that's true, they're going to start wearing it in their pockets as extra armor. A third adds that at least if they run out of ammunition, they can throw their breakfast at the enemy and hope for the best. 3 small laughs ripple through the group, the kind that don't waste energy but still warm the air. Hunger, you realize, is not just a physical sensation here, it's a mental one. It sharpens your focus, shortens your patience, and makes every smell of cooking from a nearby town feel like a personal invitation you can't accept. Letters from soldiers often mention dreams about food, detailed and affectionate descriptions of meals from home. A rarely discussed detail is how some men wrote entire lists of dishes they planned to eat after the war. As if planning a future feast was a way of planning a future at all. You swallow the last of your ration and feel that familiar, incomplete satisfaction. The hunger is quieter now. But it's still there, like a radio turned down low rather than switched off. You wipe your hands on your trousers and take another sip of coffee, which has cooled even further. It's not good, but it's warm, and in this world, warmth counts for a lot. You might think, with gentle irony, that this is the original, intermittent fasting lifestyle. Except no one is doing it for health trends. And the results are far less Instagram-friendly. The reality of poor nutrition had serious consequences. Scurvy, caused by a lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, appeared in some units, bringing swollen gums and weakness. Fresh produce was hard to come by on campaign, and even when available, it spoiled quickly. A small, lesser-known practice was that some officers encouraged their men to gather wild onions or berries when possible. A kind of impromptu foraging to add vitamins to the otherwise monotone diet. It was a quiet acknowledgement that survival required more than just calories, it required balance. Even if that balance came from a handful of greens picked by the roadside. You hear someone mention the recent Battle of Antietam, not in terms of tactics, but in terms of how the wounded there went days with little more than water and hardtack. The thought makes you pause. The taste of salt and stale bread suddenly heavier in your mouth. Food, or the lack of it, becomes part of the story of every engagement, shaping strength, recovery, and morale in ways that don't always make it into the dramatic paintings of charges and flags. Historians still debate about how much the quality of rations influenced a soldier's effectiveness. and whether hunger and malnutrition quietly did as much damage to armies as bullets and disease. Some argue that a well-fed unit could march farther, think more clearly, and recover more quickly, while others point out that discipline and motivation often pushed men beyond what their bodies should have been able to endure. The truth, like most in history, probably lies somewhere in between, in the space where human willpower meets very real physical limits. The break ends, and you stand, feeling the weight of your pack settle again, the familiar ache in your shoulders returning. The taste of salt lingers, and you take one last swallow of coffee before stowing the cup. It's a small ritual, but it marks the transition from pause back to movement. You might think, with a final, soft joke to yourself, that this is the least glamorous dining experience in the world. Yet it's somehow one of the most important. Because in this war, every step, every watch, every battle begins with something as simple and as stubborn as a piece of bread and the decision to keep going. The bugle finally cuts through the low murmur of the camp, and with it comes the familiar call to drill. Your body reacts before your mind fully catches up. Straightening, shoulders back, feet finding their places in line. Drill is the backbone of army life. The endless repetition meant to turn hundreds of individuals into a single moving organism. You've seen the illustrations of neat formations and synchronized movements. And now you're inside one, feeling how each command ripples down the ranks like a wave across water. By the numbers, the officer calls, and you raise your musket in unison with the men around you. The motion is practiced, but not yet effortless. The weight of the weapon pulls at your arms, and you feel the strain in your wrists as you bring it to the proper position. It's a smooth, mechanical sequence. Lift, present, aim, lower, again, and again, and again. It's like a 19th century version of a workout class. Except the instructor is very serious. The equipment is heavy, and the consequences of getting it wrong can be far more dramatic than a stern look. This kind of training was a daily reality for Civil War soldiers. And a famous example of its importance can be seen in battles like Fredericksburg, where disciplined lines advanced under fire with grim determination. The idea was that muscle memory would carry you through moments when fear might otherwise freeze you. You're not just learning movements, you're teaching your body to obey without hesitation. It's a strange feeling, surrendering that much control to routine. But in an environment where chaos can erupt at any second, routine becomes a kind of anchor. The sun climbs higher as the drill continues, and the chill of the morning gives way to a creeping warmth. Sweat begins to form under your wool uniform, and the fabric that felt merely heavy earlier now starts to feel stifling. You wipe your brow with the back of your hand when you can, careful not to break formation. Someone near you mutters that this is the longest dance rehearsal they've ever attended. And another quietly adds that at least dancers usually get better music. The humor is soft, almost whispered, but it helps. A small release of tension in the middle of all this strict order. You practice loading and firing in sequence, going through the motions with a speed that's supposed to become second nature. Tear the cartridge, pour the powder, ram it home, cap the nipple, bring the musket to your shoulder. The steps are drilled into you until they blur together. A rhythm of hands and metal and breath. In battle, you won't have time to think about each part. You'll rely on this conditioning to guide you. It's a little like learning to type without looking at the keyboard. Except the stakes are considerably higher than a typo. A lesser-known detail of Civil War training is how much emphasis some officers placed on what they called "School of the Soldier" exercises. Individual drills meant to perfect posture and movement. These weren't just about looking sharp, they were about efficiency and stamina. Poor posture could lead to faster fatigue. And small inefficiencies in movement, repeated hundreds of times, could sap precious energy. So you stand straighter than feels natural. Lift your arms higher than is comfortable. And feel the slow burn in your muscles as they adapt. The commands come in a steady stream. And you notice how the sound of them begins to blend into a kind of cadence. Left, right, turn, halt. It's almost musical. A strict, martial rhythm that keeps everyone in time. You might think, with a bit of modern irony, that this is the original group fitness class, complete with synchronized moves and a coach who does not accept "I'm tired" as a valid excuse. The difference, of course, is that here, the goal isn't a toned body. It's survival in a line of fire. As the drill goes on, your arms start to tremble slightly from holding the musket at the ready. You shift your grip just enough to relieve the strain without drawing attention. Around you, others do the same, tiny adjustments that speak of shared discomfort. An older soldier whispers that his shoulders feel like they've been arguing with gravity all morning. And someone else replies that gravity is clearly winning. A couple of suppressed chuckles pass along the line, quickly swallowed by the next command. You think about how this training will be tested. Battles like Antietam and Gettysburg weren't won by perfect drills alone, but by men who could maintain formation and follow orders even when the world around them dissolved into smoke and noise. The discipline you're practicing now is meant to hold when instinct might tell you to run or drop to the ground. It's a kind of mental armor, built layer by layer through repetition. Yet drill also has a psychological side. Standing in line, moving as one, you begin to feel less like an individual and more like part of something larger. Your own worries and aches fade slightly into the background, replaced by the collective rhythm. It's not that fear disappears, it's that it gets shared, distributed across the group. There's comfort in that, in knowing that when the time comes, you won't be alone in whatever happens next. A small, often overlooked fact from soldiers' letters is how many of them initially found drill almost comforting, even tedious, compared to the uncertainty of waiting. The predictability of commands and movements gave shape to the day, a structure that made time feel manageable. Of course, that comfort could quickly turn to frustration, especially on long, hot days when the same motions were repeated for hours. You can already sense how monotony and strain might blend together, testing patience as much as muscles. The officer finally calls a halt, and you lower your musket, grateful for the brief rest. Your arms feel heavy, and your shoulders carry a dull ache that will probably linger. You roll your neck slightly, careful not to look sloppy, and take a slow breath. The air smells of dust and sweat now, the morning's cool freshness replaced by the warmth of exertion. It's a reminder that the day is moving on. That time in this world is measured as much by physical fatigue as by the position of the sun. Someone nearby makes a quiet joke that if this keeps up, everyone will have arms like professional weightlifters by the end of the war. And another replies that they'd happily trade all this free training for a single afternoon in a soft chair. The idea of a soft chair seems almost mythical in this setting. And for a moment you can almost feel its imagined comfort. A contrast so sharp it's almost comical. As you stand there, catching your breath, the larger purpose of all this repetition settles in. Drill is about control, of body, of movement, of fear. It's about creating a framework that can hold when everything else starts to shake. Historians still debate about how effective such rigid discipline truly was in the fluid, chaotic conditions of Civil War battles, and whether strict adherence to formation sometimes cost more lives than it saved. Some argue it provided essential cohesion. Others suggest it made soldiers vulnerable to the devastating firepower of modern weapons. The truth likely lies in the uneasy balance between order and adaptability. For now, though, you're simply a part of the line, musket in hand, muscles warm and slightly sore, waiting for the next command. The drill will continue, later today and tomorrow and the day after, until these movements are etched into your body. You might think, with a final, wry smile, that you've never repeated anything this many times in your life. Not even your favorite song on a playlist. But in this world, repetition isn't just practice, it's preparation. A way of teaching your body to move even when your mind might want to freeze. The first time the guns speak, it isn't the clean, distant boom you might expect from old paintings or documentaries. It's a tearing, rolling sound that seems to rip the air itself, followed by a shock you feel in your chest more than in your ears. Cannon fire doesn't politely announce itself, it barges in. Like a door slammed by a giant. The ground shivers, birds scatter from a nearby tree line, and for a heartbeat everything inside you goes very still. As if your body is checking whether it's still in one piece. This is the moment many soldiers later described as the true beginning of the war for them, not the day they enlisted. Not the first drill, but the first time they stood within reach of artillery. A famous example is the opening bombardment at battles like Antietam or Gettysburg. When the air filled with smoke and noise so thick that visibility dropped to a few dozen yards. You're not there yet in the full sense. But the echo of that kind of fire is enough to rearrange your thoughts. It's like standing too close to a speaker at a concert. Except the music is made of iron and intention. As the sound rolls away, your ears ring. And for a moment everything else seems oddly muted. As if the world has pulled a thick blanket over itself. You hear shouts, but they come to you through that ringing haze. Stretched and distorted, the smell follows quickly, sharp, acrid, a mix of burned powder and hot metal. It's a scent that will, over time, become one of the most persistent memories of combat. Clinging to clothing and hair the way camp smoke does. Only with far less comfort attached. Then the smaller sounds join in. Muskets crack in uneven rhythm. A rapid series of sharp reports that blend into a rough, constant roar. Each shot is a tiny explosion. A flash. A puff of white smoke. And a recoil that travels from your shoulder down your arm. The first time you fire, the kick surprises you, and you have to remind yourself to keep your footing. It's not unbearable, but it's insistent, like someone repeatedly tapping you on the shoulder and saying, "Yes, this is real, pay attention." You try to focus on the drill you practiced, load, aim, fire. The motions come, but they feel slightly detached. As if you're watching your own hands from a short distance away. This is the strange narrowing of attention that many soldiers experienced under fire. A kind of tunnel vision where the world shrinks to the immediate task. A lesser-known detail from personal accounts is how often men reported a temporary loss of fine hearing. Not from injury, but from the sheer overload of sound. The brain, overwhelmed, simply turned the volume down. Someone near you mutters, almost conversationally, that this is much louder than he imagined. Another replies that louder is doing a lot of work in that sentence. A third, trying to keep things light, says it's like the world's angriest popcorn machine. The comparison is absurd, and that's exactly why it works. A few tight smiles flicker. Small islands of humor in a sea of tension. You think, briefly, that if this were a movie, the sound designer would be getting an award. And then you remember there is no sound designer. Only physics and a great deal of gunpowder. The smoke thickens, drifting low and white, blurring outlines and turning the battlefield into a shifting maze of shadows. You realize how quickly the neat formations of drill dissolve into something far less orderly. Orders are shouted, but they're carried away by the noise. And sometimes you have to rely on the movement of the men beside you to know what to do. This confusion was a defining feature of Civil War combat. At battles like Shiloh, entire units became disoriented in the haze, firing at shapes and sounds rather than clearly identified targets. You notice the way time behaves oddly here. A few seconds stretch long enough to hold several thoughts, while a full minute can vanish in what feels like a blink. The body's internal clock, apparently, has its own opinions under stress. A small, rarely mentioned fact from soldiers' diaries is how many of them described moments of intense clarity in the midst of noise, seeing a single leaf fall, or noticing the pattern of light on a bayonet, tiny details that stood out sharply against the chaos. As if the mind were clinging to something ordinary for balance. Another volley crashes out, and this time you're ready for it. Bracing slightly, shoulders tight, the recoil is familiar now. Almost routine, and that realization is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because your body is learning. Unsettling because what it's learning is how to function in a place built for harm. You might think, with a flicker of modern irony, that this is the fastest and least enjoyable, on-the-job training program imaginable. A shell bursts somewhere ahead, and the sound is different, deeper, more concussive. You feel it in your ribs. A pressure wave that seems to push the air out of your lungs for an instant. Dirt and debris rain down, tapping helmets and shoulders like sudden, heavy hail. Someone jokes that at least the enemy is helping with the landscaping. And someone else answers that they'd prefer a quieter gardening service. The humor is thin, but it holds, like a thread keeping a fabric from tearing. You become aware of your breathing. Faster than usual, a little shallow. You make a conscious effort to slow it, to draw in a full breath and let it out. This simple act feels like a small rebellion against the noise and urgency. A way of saying that you're still in control of at least one thing. Letters from the period often mention this, though not in modern psychological terms. Men writing about the need to steady themselves, or keep the wind in their lungs. Intuitive strategies for managing fear and adrenaline. The noise never fully settles into a single pattern. It rises and falls, surges and ebbs, like a storm that can't quite decide where to go. Cannon thunder in the distance, Muskets chatter closer by, and somewhere a bugle tries to cut through it all with a clear, piercing note. You realize how much of battle is about sound, about interpreting it, surviving it, and, eventually, learning to work within it. Silence, when it comes, will feel almost suspicious, like the pause in a song before the next loud chorus. In the midst of this, you catch yourself thinking something oddly mundane, that your ears will be ringing for hours, and that this is going to make sleep even harder tonight. It's a strangely practical thought, but it grounds you, reminding you that life, even here, continues in small, ordinary concerns. You might smile faintly and think that if anyone ever complains about loud neighbors again, you'll have a very different definition of the word loud. The historical weight of these sounds is immense. The Civil War would become one of the first conflicts where industrial-scale firepower met mass armies. And the sheer volume of noise was part of that transformation. Some contemporaries described it as a continuous roll of thunder, a phrase that appears again and again in memoirs. Yet behind that poetic language were real ears, real nerves, and real bodies absorbing shock after shock. And then, as quickly as it swelled, the intensity eases, at least for the moment. The firing slackens, the smoke begins to thin, and the world's edges come back into focus. Your ears are still ringing, but you can hear individual voices again. Commands, questions, a few shaky laughs. It feels like surfacing from underwater. The return of clear sound, both a relief and a reminder of how deep you were just submerged. You stand there, musket in hand, heart still beating faster than normal. And you realize that this is what first contact truly means, not just seeing an enemy, but feeling the environment change around you. Saturated with noise and motion. It's an initiation by sound, a baptism in thunder. Historians still debate about how this overwhelming sensory experience affected soldiers' long-term mental health and battlefield performance, and whether repeated exposure dulled reactions or simply layered stress upon stress. Some argue that familiarity bred a kind of resilience. Others suggest it accumulated like invisible weight, carried long after the guns fell silent. What's clear is that from this moment on, your memory of the war will always have a soundtrack, one that you didn't choose and can't easily forget. As the line reforms and the next order comes, you take another breath, feeling the world settle into a tense, uneasy quiet. The noise will return, you know that now. For the moment, though, there is this fragile pause, and in it, the strange awareness that you have just crossed an invisible threshold, from imagining what battle sounds like to knowing, in your bones and ears, exactly how loud history can be. When the firing ebbs and the smoke thins enough for shapes to reappear, the ground tells a story your ears were too busy to hear. You step forward carefully, boots sinking slightly into churned soil, and you begin to notice the scattered signs of what just passed through here. Dropped canteens, torn straps, a hat lying crown up as if it's trying to catch the sky. And then you see the men who can't move on with the line. They're not arranged in neat rows, not laid out like figures in a painting. They're where they fell or where someone managed to drag them, propped against a fence, a tree, a wagon wheel. Some are sitting, staring ahead with the distant look of people who are listening to something you can't hear. Others lie still, attended by comrades who kneel beside them with expressions that are all concentration and quiet urgency. The noise of battle has faded, but a different soundscape replaces it: low voices, quick instructions, the occasional sharp intake of breath that tells you pain has found a way through whatever courage was holding it back. You're moving through what soldiers would later call the field after. The space between the clash and whatever comes next. A famous image from the Civil War is the aftermath of Antietam, where photographers captured rows of fallen men and brought the reality of the war into living rooms for the first time. But what those still images can't give you is the immediacy you feel now, the warmth still in the air. The sense that time has only just stepped aside to let you pass. A stretcher team moves by, carrying a man whose uniform is darkened in places where it shouldn't be. They walk quickly but carefully, each step coordinated, as if they're afraid of jostling something that might make things worse. Field hospitals are being set up nearby, often in barns, churches, or any building large enough to hold the wounded. You can already hear the distant murmur from that direction. A steady, purposeful noise like a hive at work. Civil War medicine is a world of its own. And it's not the kind that comes with bright lights and quiet rooms. It's crowded, urgent, and practical. Surgeons work fast, guided by experience and necessity rather than by the luxury of time. A well-known fact is that amputation was one of the most common procedures, performed to prevent infection from spreading in badly damaged limbs. The speed with which it was done, sometimes in minutes, has become almost legendary. What's less often mentioned is how surgeons developed an almost intuitive sense of when a limb could be saved and when it couldn't. A judgment made with limited tools and enormous responsibility. As you pass, you catch a glimpse of one of these makeshift treatment areas. Tables are laid out with instruments, cloths, and basins of water that are quickly turning pink. The air smells of blood, sweat, and something sharp and chemical, chloroform or ether, used to dull pain. It's a strange mix, part relief and part warning. You think, with a faint, modern comparison, that it's like walking past a busy emergency room. Except the walls are canvas, the lights are daylight, and the technology is whatever can be carried in a wooden case. A lesser-known detail from the war is how organized some of these medical operations became. Especially later in the conflict. The Union's ambulance corps, for example, was created to bring order to the chaos of evacuating the wounded, using dedicated teams and standardized procedures. Before that, men often relied on whoever was nearby to help them off the field, sometimes waiting hours before receiving proper care. The difference between those two systems could mean everything, and the contrast is felt in the urgency with which stretchers now move back and forth. You pause for a moment beside a soldier who is sitting with his back against a tree, his face pale but composed. A bandage is already tied around his arm. Darkening slowly, he looks up at you and offers a small, almost apologetic smile, as if he's embarrassed to be the one sitting while others are still standing. You don't know what to say, so you say the simplest thing: that help is coming. He nods, and for a second you see how much weight that idea carries. In this environment, help is coming is a powerful sentence, almost a promise. The reality of injury here is not just physical. It's the way it interrupts the rhythm of everything you've been doing: marching, drilling, firing, and replaces it with waiting. Waiting to be moved, waiting to be treated, waiting to know what the future looks like now. Some men will return to the line after days or weeks. Others will carry marks that follow them for life. The uncertainty is as heavy as any pack you've worn. You think of the Battle of Shiloh, one of the war's early, brutal encounters, where the sheer number of wounded overwhelmed the available medical resources. Accounts from that time describe surgeons working for days with little rest, and patients lying in rows, some silent, some calling out for water or for names that only meant something to them. It's a sobering reminder that even with courage and organization, the scale of suffering could outpace preparation. A small, rarely discussed aspect of these scenes is how often fellow soldiers served as informal nurses. Holding hands, offering sips of water, or simply staying close. In letters home, some men wrote less about the fighting and more about these moments of quiet care. As if tending to a wounded friend gave them a way to feel useful when everything else felt out of control. You see that now, in the way someone kneels to adjust a blanket or shade a face from the sun. Small acts that speak louder than any speech. There's still humor, even here, thin but present. One man, his leg propped up, tells another that at least this means he gets to lie down for a while. And his companion replies that it's not exactly the spa treatment he'd recommend. A third adds that if they're handing out medals for enduring bad days, today should count for extra points. The smiles that follow are brief, but they're real, and in this place, real is enough. You're aware, too, of the limits of what can be done. Infection is a constant threat, and even wounds that look manageable can turn dangerous. A lesser-known fact is that many surgeons of the time cleaned their instruments with water but did not yet fully understand the role of microorganisms in causing infection. Antiseptic practices were only beginning to emerge. Despite this, some doctors noticed that certain methods, like washing hands and tools more thoroughly, seemed to improve outcomes. And they adopted them out of practical observation rather than formal theory. It's knowledge in transition, shaped by necessity. As you move on, the sounds of the field hospital fade slightly, replaced again by the ordinary noises of the camp: footsteps, voices, the rustle of canvas. The contrast is striking. Just a short walk separates the intense focus of surgical work from the routine of soldiers preparing for the next order. It's like stepping from one world into another, both existing side by side, both part of the same day. You carry with you the image of those you've seen, and it changes how you hear the quiet. Silence is no longer just a break between volleys. It's the space in which recovery, or loss, begins to take shape. The war isn't only in the clash of weapons, it's in these intervals. In the careful movements of hands and the low, steady voices that try to bring order back to bodies and minds. Historians still debate about how effective Civil War medical practices truly were, and whether the rapid advances made during the conflict were driven more by necessity or by emerging scientific understanding. Some argue that the war accelerated modern medicine by forcing innovation. Others point out that many improvements came at a terrible cost, learned through trial and error on an unprecedented scale. The discussion continues, but the human reality behind it remains clear in scenes like this. As you rejoin your unit, you're more aware than before of what lies behind every order and every movement. The battlefield is not just a place of tactics and formations. It's a network of care and urgency, of people working to hold things together after they've been torn apart. You take a slow breath, feeling the weight of that understanding settle in. The line forms again, the day moves on, and you carry with you the quiet knowledge that survival here is as much about what happens after the noise as it is about what happens during it. Night settles back over the camp, and with it comes a different kind of enemy. One that doesn't announce itself with thunder or smoke. You crawl into your tent, the canvas sagging slightly, the air inside already warm with the shared breath of too many bodies in too small a space. The ground is damp, and when you lie down, the cold seeps up through your blanket as if the earth itself is trying to borrow your heat. You pull the fabric closer, listening to the quiet chorus of coughing, shifting, and the occasional groan that floats through the darkness. This is where disease lives. Not in dramatic charges, but in close quarters and tired lungs. A famous truth of the Civil War is that more soldiers died from illness than from wounds. Typhoid, dysentery, malaria, pneumonia, names that sound almost clinical. But here they translate into fever, weakness, and long, restless nights. You think of great battles like Gettysburg, but you also think of the months in between, when camps became breeding grounds for sickness simply because thousands of men were living, eating, and sleeping almost on top of one another. You feel the air is heavy, carrying the mixed scents of sweat, wet wool, and smoke. It's not unpleasant in a dramatic way, it's just constant. Like background static you can't quite tune out. Somewhere nearby, someone coughs again, deep and rattling, the kind that seems to start in the chest and echo back. Another man mutters that it sounds like his lungs are trying to escape. A third replies, softly, that if they do, he hopes they at least bring back better air. The jokes are gentle, tired, and just enough to keep the mood from sinking too low. A lesser-known detail from this war is how little was understood about germs. Even as patterns of illness were clearly observed, soldiers and doctors noticed that crowded, poorly ventilated camps saw more sickness, and that moving to higher, drier ground sometimes helped. Yet the idea that invisible organisms were responsible was still new and not widely accepted. As a result, prevention often relied on common sense rather than science, airing out tents, digging latrines downhill from water sources, and encouraging men to boil drinking water when possible. These small measures, unevenly applied, could mean the difference between a unit staying functional and one being quietly worn down by fever. You remember hearing about the winter camps near Washington early in the war, where thousands of volunteers fell ill before ever seeing battle. It was a harsh introduction, a reminder that the environment itself could be as dangerous as any opposing army. The Battle of the Wilderness, for instance, is remembered for its brutal fighting in dense forest, but less often for the outbreaks of illness that followed as men lay in damp, smoky conditions for days. Recovery there wasn't just about healing wounds. It was about surviving what the smoke and close quarters left behind. Inside the tent, the small sounds continue. Someone shifts, trying to find a position that eases a cramp or a chill. Another whispers that he feels hot, too hot, and a friend places a hand on his forehead, checking for fever in the simplest way possible. You think, with a faint, modern comparison, that this is the original health check app, No screen. No numbers. Just a palm and a worried glance. Not exactly cutting edge, but it's what you have. The body's vulnerability becomes more obvious at night. During the day, movement and routine keep you distracted. But in the dark, every ache and shiver has room to speak. You feel your own throat. A little dry. And you swallow, listening for any sign of that scratchy warning that something might be starting. It's a quiet, anxious habit, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of your own breathing. You might think, half smiling, that if anxiety burned calories, everyone in this tent would be in excellent shape by morning. You recall stories of men who went down with what they thought was a simple stomach trouble, only to be bedridden days later with dysentery, weakened to the point where standing was a struggle. Clean water was not always easy to find, and when armies moved quickly, wells and streams were often used without much inspection. A rarely mentioned practice was that some experienced soldiers carried a small piece of charcoal to drop into their canteens, believing it helped purify the water. Whether it truly did or not, the belief itself shows how men tried to adapt with whatever knowledge and tools they had. There's a rustle as the tent flap moves, and a medic's lantern casts a soft, yellow glow for a moment. He checks on the man with the fever, murmurs a few words, and makes a note to bring something in the morning. The light fades, and darkness settles again. You're struck by how quiet the work of illness is compared to the work of battle. No cheers, no commands, just this slow, persistent presence that tests patience and strength over days and weeks. Someone whispers a memory of home, of sleeping in a real bed, of waking up without the sound of coughing all around. Another answers that when this is over, he plans to appreciate fresh air the way people appreciate fine wine. A third adds that he'll probably stand by an open window for hours just because he can. The thought makes you smile faintly. It's funny how something as simple as air becomes a luxury when you've spent enough nights sharing it with dozens of tired lungs. The history of disease in the Civil War is filled with such quiet moments. During the siege of Vicksburg, for example, both soldiers and civilians endured not only bombardment but also outbreaks of illness brought on by crowded conditions and limited supplies. The famous images show earthworks and cannons, but behind them were makeshift hospitals and rows of men battling fevers that had nothing to do with enemy fire. You feel the tent shifts slightly as a breeze passes through, bringing a hint of cooler air. It's a small relief, and you breathe a little deeper. Grateful for the change, you think about how, in the future, people will talk about vaccines, antibiotics, and sanitation as if they were obvious necessities. Here, they are distant possibilities, unknown words waiting to be invented. The body's defenses are all you really have, supported by rest, whatever nutrition you can manage, and the hope that tomorrow's air will be cleaner than today's. A soft joke drifts from the other side of the tent, that if sickness keeps spreading, at least the enemy won't have to work very hard. Someone replies that they'd prefer not to win any kind of "who can look the most miserable" contest. The laughter is quiet, careful not to wake those who have finally drifted into uneasy sleep. It's humor used like a blanket, thin but better than nothing. In the broader view, the impact of disease shaped entire campaigns. Units weakened by illness moved more slowly, fought less effectively, and sometimes had to be withdrawn from the front altogether. This invisible factor influenced strategy as much as terrain or supply lines. And yet, it rarely gets the same dramatic attention as battles with names and dates. Historians still debate about how much of the Civil War's outcome was determined by medical and sanitary conditions rather than by generals' decisions alone, and whether improvements in camp hygiene and organization later in the war gave certain armies a quiet but significant advantage. Some argue that the lessons learned in these crowded tents laid the groundwork for modern military medicine. Others point out that the cost of those lessons was counted in countless bouts of fever and weakness that never made headlines. As the night deepens, the sounds in the tent gradually soften. Coughs become less frequent, movements slow, and one by one, the men around you slip into sleep or something close to it. You lie there, listening to the steady rhythm of breathing. And you realize that this, too, is part of the soldier's life, not just the clash of arms, but the long hours of sharing air, warmth, and worry in a fragile shelter, hoping your own body will hold steady until morning. You close your eyes, feeling the canvas above you, the ground below you, and the quiet, persistent presence of this unseen foe. The war, you understand, is not only fought in fields and forests. It's fought here as well. In the small, crowded spaces where men wait, breathe, and trust that the simple act of getting through the night is a victory in itself. Morning comes with a change in the air, and you feel it before you fully wake. The cold has a different edge now. Sharper. As if the night decided to turn the temperature dial just a little farther to the left. When you sit up, the canvas of the tent crackles faintly, stiff with moisture that has settled and then cooled. Outside, the ground glistens, not with dew, but with the thin, brittle shine of frost. Your breath forms small clouds again, and you watch them drift and vanish, thinking how strange it is that something so light can feel so heavy in your lungs. Weather is the most impartial force you've met so far. It doesn't care which side you're on, what rank you hold, or how brave you feel. It simply arrives and makes itself known. In the Civil War, this quiet, persistent presence shaped campaigns as surely as any general. A famous example is the winter of 1862–63. When the Army of the Potomac tried to move across the Rappahannock River and became trapped in what soldiers later called the Mud March. Rain turned roads into rivers of sludge. Wagons sank to their axles, and men struggled forward only to slide back, boots and tempers equally heavy. You imagine yourself in that scene and can almost feel the suction of mud trying to keep your foot as a souvenir. Right now, your own boots are damp, and the cold makes the leather feel even stiffer than usual. Each step sends a small jolt up your legs, as if the ground is reminding you that it's in charge. You pull your coat tighter, but the wool, though warm, is slow to dry, and the chill seeps in around the edges. It's like trying to stay cozy in a blanket that's been left outside overnight, technically a blanket, but emotionally unsupportive. The day's march begins, and the sun, pale and low, does little more than show you the problem. The road ahead is rutted and slick, and every puddle is a small, reflective warning. You step carefully, then less carefully, and then, inevitably, you misjudge one patch and your foot skids. You catch yourself before falling, but your heart jumps, and someone nearby mutters that gravity is clearly working overtime today. Another adds that if the earth wanted to hug them this badly, it could at least be warmer about it. A third suggests that maybe the mud is just lonely and doesn't want anyone to leave. 3 small jokes, offered like coins to pay the toll of discomfort. Rain begins to fall, not dramatically, but steadily. The kind that doesn't make a show of itself and yet manages to soak everything. It darkens the soil, the uniforms, the packs, until the whole world seems to take on a single, deeper shade. Water finds its way down your collar and along your spine. A cold, unwelcome path. You think, with faint modern irony, that this is the opposite of a refreshing shower. This is more like the universe's way of saying, let's see how you do when everything is slightly heavier. The impact of weather on Civil War soldiers was constant and often underestimated. Heat, too, could be as punishing as cold. During the summer of 1863, when armies maneuvered in Pennsylvania before the Battle of Gettysburg, men marched for hours under a blazing sun, their wool uniforms trapping heat and sweat. Heat exhaustion and dehydration thinned the ranks even before the fighting began. A lesser-known detail from those marches is that some soldiers placed wet cloths or leaves inside their hats to cool their heads. A simple, improvised attempt at temperature control in an age before anything like modern cooling gear. It wasn't elegant, but it was practical, and in this world, practical is the highest form of style. You feel the rain begin to chill you as it seeps into layers that were meant to protect. Wool keeps some warmth even when wet, but it also becomes heavier. And the weight adds to the slow fatigue already in your muscles. The pack on your back grows heavier, too, absorbing water like a sponge. You adjust the straps, trying to keep it from sagging, and someone nearby quips that their equipment has decided to go on a bulk up program without consulting them. Another replies that if they're going to carry extra weight, they'd at least like it to be something useful, like a chair or a mattress. The laughter that follows is soft, but it lightens the step, if only in the mind. Wind joins the rain, cutting across the open ground and finding every gap in clothing. It whistles around ears, tugs at loose fabric, and makes the temperature feel even lower. You tuck your chin into your collar and keep moving, because standing still would only make the cold settle deeper. This is the kind of cold that doesn't announce itself with dramatic shivers at first. It works quietly, stealing warmth and leaving stiffness behind. Fingers grow less nimble, and simple tasks, like adjusting a strap or opening a canteen, take a little longer. You think about how entire operations were shaped by such conditions. The siege of Vicksburg, for instance, is remembered for its long months and strategic importance. But it was also marked by brutal summer heat and sudden storms that flooded trenches and turned the ground into a sticky, sweltering mess. Soldiers wrote about uniforms that never fully dried and about nights spent trying to find a patch of ground that wasn't either soaked or crawling with insects. Whether there wasn't just a backdrop, it was an active participant, testing endurance day after day. A small, rarely mentioned fact from soldiers' letters is how carefully they began to watch the sky, reading clouds and wind the way farmers do, because they knew that a change in weather could mean the difference between a manageable day and a miserable one. Some men became surprisingly good amateur meteorologists, predicting rain from the smell of the air or the way the wind shifted at dusk. It was knowledge born of necessity. The kind you don't find in manuals, but in lived experience. The march continues, and your legs begin to feel the combined effects of cold, wet, and effort. Muscles that warmed during drill now cool unevenly, and a dull ache sets in, the kind that doesn't stop you, but never quite lets you forget itself. You tell yourself, with a faint, modern comparison, that this is like exercising in a freezer while wearing a wet towel. Not a recommended fitness routine, but apparently very popular in the 1860s. Somewhere ahead, the line slows as a wagon struggles through a particularly muddy stretch. Men lean in to help. Boots sinking, shoulders pushing, mud splashes up, painting trousers and coats with thick, brown streaks. Someone jokes that at least this way, everyone gets a free camouflage upgrade. Another adds that it's a bold fashion choice. Very earth tone. A third says they'd prefer a different shade if given the option. The humor is quick, almost reflexive, a way of keeping spirits from sinking as deeply as the wheels. As you push, you feel how the cold and wet sap energy faster than you expect. It's not a dramatic collapse, just a steady drain, like a battery losing charge in the background. You become more careful with your movements, conserving warmth, conserving strength. You notice how everyone else does the same, hunching slightly, keeping arms close, moving with a deliberate economy. It's a quiet choreography of survival. In winter, these conditions could become truly dangerous. Frostbite was a real threat, especially to fingers and toes, and men learned to watch for numbness as carefully as for pain. During the harsh winter at Valley Forge in the earlier Revolutionary War, such suffering became legendary, and Civil War soldiers were keenly aware that history could repeat itself if preparations fell short. They layered what clothing they had, shared blankets, and learned to keep moving when possible. Because movement meant circulation, and circulation meant warmth. The rain finally begins to ease, thinning into a mist that hangs in the air. The world takes on a muted, gray softness, and the road ahead glistens like a ribbon of dull metal. You can feel your clothes beginning the long process of drying, though they will likely remain damp for hours. You shake your shoulders slightly, trying to loosen the stiffness, and someone nearby says it looks like you're doing a dance to summon better weather. Another suggests that if that works, everyone should join in. A third adds that they'd happily perform a full routine if it meant a dry pair of socks. The thought of dry socks, simple and glorious, draws a few appreciative murmurs. In the broader view, the influence of weather on the war's course is undeniable. Storms delayed movements, heat weakened troops, and cold tested supply systems and morale. Yet it's often treated as a background factor, a line or two in campaign histories. Historians still debate about how much weather should be considered a decisive force in its own right, and whether certain outcomes might have been different under clearer skies or firmer ground. Some argue that commanders planned as best they could and simply adapted. Others suggest that the elements quietly dictated possibilities and limits more than anyone liked to admit. For you, the debate is less abstract. It's in the way your fingers feel, the way your boots squelch, the way your shoulders carry the extra weight of wet cloth. Weather isn't a footnote, it's a presence, as real as the men beside you. It shapes how far you can go, how fast you can move, and how much strength you have left when you arrive. As the column finally halts and you're allowed to rest for a moment. You stand there, steam rising faintly from damp wool in the cool air. You take a slow breath, tasting the clean, wet scent of rain, and you realize that this, too, is part of the soldier's education. Learning that the sky and the ground are not neutral. That they can be allies on good days and relentless opponents on bad ones. You shift your weight, feeling the mud release your boot with a soft, stubborn sound, and you look up at the gray, slowly clearing sky. The day will go on. Orders will come, and you will move again. But you carry with you the quiet understanding that in this war, you are never just facing another army. You are also facing the cold, the heat, the rain, and the wind, forces that don't wear uniforms, don't take sides, and never, ever take a day off. The road stretches ahead in a way that feels almost deliberate, as if it's testing how long your attention can stay fixed on a single, unchanging line. Marching is no longer an event, it's a condition. Left foot, right foot, the soft percussion of hundreds of souls meeting earth in slightly different rhythms, creating a steady, uneven music that follows you mile after mile. Your shoulders settle into the familiar ache of the pack, and your hips begin to register each small rise and dip in the terrain. It's not dramatic pain, just the persistent reminder that you are a body in motion. And motion, when it goes on long enough, becomes its own kind of trial. You think of the famous forced marches of the war, like the long approach to Antietam, when units covered miles in heavy heat, dust-coating faces and uniforms until everyone looked like a moving statue carved from the same dull stone. Or the movement toward Gettysburg, when men pushed forward day after day, knowing only that something important was drawing them onward. The battles get the names and the monuments, but the miles in between are where the quiet work of endurance happened. It's here, on these roads, that strength was measured less by bursts of bravery and more by the ability to keep a steady pace when every muscle would prefer to stop. Your feet, already familiar with the language of blisters, speak again. Each step sends a small message upward, a reminder of friction, of heat, of skin learning the hard way what leather and distance can do together. You adjust your stride slightly. Then again, searching for a rhythm that minimizes the protest. It's like trying to find the least uncomfortable seat on a long flight. No position is perfect. But some are less punishing than others. Someone ahead of you limps, trying to disguise it by shortening his step. And someone behind jokes that the road is clearly winning this argument. A soft laugh follows, the kind that doesn't cost much energy. The air is filled with the low sounds of movement, breathing. The creak of straps, the occasional clink of metal. Conversation comes in short bursts, then fades as the effort of walking claims attention. When it does return, it often circles the same small comforts. How far to the next halt? Will there be water? Has anyone seen a patch of shade ahead? These questions become landmarks in their own way. Mental mile markers that help break the distance into manageable pieces. You might think, with a bit of modern humor, that this is the original step counter. Except no one is aiming for a daily goal. The goal is simply to arrive. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' letters is how many of them learned to pace themselves by watching the man in front, matching his stride to conserve energy and maintain formation. It wasn't just about order, it was about efficiency. A smooth, Even pace reduced fatigue and kept the line together, which mattered when roads narrowed or terrain became difficult. In some units, experienced soldiers would quietly advise newcomers on how to roll their feet, how to keep their shoulders loose, how to breathe in time with their steps. It was an informal school of movement, passed along not in manuals, but in murmured tips and demonstrated habits. As the hours pass, the landscape changes almost without you noticing. A field gives way to a stretch of woods, then to a small rise that offers a wider view before dropping back into another long, straight road. The scenery is pleasant enough, but your attention keeps drifting inward, to the steady work of muscles and lungs. You become acutely aware of how your body manages energy, how it shifts the load from one group of muscles to another, how it settles into a kind of autopilot. It's a strange, almost meditative state, where thought narrows and time seems to stretch, like taffy pulled slowly. You recall hearing about the march of General Sherman's army through Georgia, a campaign remembered for its scale and impact. Behind the strategic significance lay weeks of continuous movement. Men covering long distances with their lives carried on their backs. A small, often overlooked fact from that campaign is how soldiers sometimes counted their progress not in miles, but in songs. They would sing a familiar tune and know that by the end of the third verse, they had usually covered a certain stretch of road. Music became a kind of human metronome, keeping spirits up and steps in time. You don't hear singing now, but you feel the same need for rhythm, the same quiet reliance on pattern to make distance feel possible. Fatigue settles in layers. First, it's a mild heaviness in the legs, then a deeper, more general weariness that seems to spread through your back and shoulders. Finally, there's the mental tiredness, the part that whispers how nice it would be to stop, to sit, to let the pack slide off and the world be still for a while. You answer that whisper by focusing on the next few steps rather than the miles ahead. It's a small trick, but an effective one. Don't walk the whole road. Just walk this patch of it. A wagon rattles past, its wheels struggling with the uneven surface. You catch a brief scent of dust and sweat, and then it's gone, moving on to its own destination. Someone near you remarks that the road must be tired of seeing so many boots and wheels. And another adds that it should start charging rent. A third suggests that if the road could talk, it would probably ask everyone to please, just once, stop walking on it. The jokes are light, but they help, like small sips of water for the mind. You notice how the line subtly adjusts to the weakest pace among you. When one man slows, the space in front of him closes, and the entire column eases slightly. It's an unspoken agreement. No one moves faster than the group can sustain. This collective rhythm is one of the quiet strengths of marching armies. It's not about individual speed, it's about cohesion. In battle, that cohesion will be tested in different ways. But here, on the road, it's already being built, step by step. There are moments when the sun breaks through the clouds, warming your back, and others when a cool breeze slides in, raising a faint chill on damp skin. Each change in temperature feels exaggerated, as if your senses, sharpened by effort, are reporting every detail with extra emphasis. You take a swallow from your canteen and savor the simple relief of cool water. It's not much, but it's enough to reset the rhythm for a few more miles. A small, Rarely discussed aspect of these marches is how men learned to sleep while standing during brief halts. Heads drooping, eyes closing for a minute or two before the line moved again. It sounds impossible, but exhaustion teaches the body new tricks. You haven't reached that point yet, but you can imagine how. Given enough days like this, even the idea of rest would become something you'd try to capture in whatever form it offered. The road curves slightly, and in the distance you see the faint outline of the next stopping place. A cluster of trees or buildings that promises a pause. The sight lifts spirits in a subtle way, like spotting a charging station when your phone's battery is in the red. You don't speed up, you just feel the effort become a little easier. Buoyed by the knowledge that relief, however brief, is on its way. In the grand narratives of the Civil War, movement is often summarized in arrows on maps and dates in campaign reports. But those arrows represent days like this, filled with the steady, unglamorous work of walking. Historians still debate about how much these long marches, and the fatigue they produced, influenced the outcomes of battles, and whether an army's ability to arrive less exhausted than its opponent was as decisive as any tactical maneuver. Some argue that endurance won as many victories as strategy. Others suggest that leadership and timing mattered more. The discussion continues, but the weight of a pack and the ache in your legs offer their own quiet testimony. As the halt is finally called, the line slows and then stops. The sudden stillness almost startling. You let your shoulders relax, just a little, and feel the pack settle. Your feet are grateful for the pause, even if they know it's temporary. You look down the road you've just walked and then ahead to the one that waits. And you understand, in a very physical way, what it means to say that this war is not only fought in moments of noise and fury, but in the long, patient act of putting one foot in front of the other, again and again, until distance itself becomes part of your story. When the halt finally comes, it's brief, but it feels like a small miracle. You lower your pack, roll your shoulders, and let your legs remember what it's like to stand without moving. Around you, men sink onto logs, stones, or simply the ground, the way tired people do when they don't have the luxury of being picky. Someone exhales loudly and says his feet are filing a formal complaint. And another replies that his knees have already submitted the paperwork. A third adds that if joints could talk, they'd be asking for a vacation and a soft mattress. The smiles that follow are tired, but real. Out comes the mail, a small stack of envelopes, edges worn from travel, names called out one by one. It's one of the most quietly anticipated moments of the day. When you hear your name, your pulse lifts just a little, and you take the letter as if it's something fragile. Because in a way, it is. The paper is thin, creased, and carries with it a world far from mud and marching. You sit, unfold it carefully, and let your eyes trace familiar handwriting. Letters from home were lifelines in the Civil War. A well-known example is how soldiers during the long months around Gettysburg and later during the Overland Campaign wrote and received news that connected them to harvests, births, and small family events, all continuing while they were living in a completely different rhythm. You read about weather that is merely inconvenient, about meals that are described with affection, about neighbors and routines that feel almost unreal in their normality. For a moment, it's like peeking through a window into a room that's warm and well lit while you're standing in the cold outside. A lesser-known detail is how many soldiers learned to read these letters aloud to one another, especially those who couldn't read themselves. In camp, a single envelope could become a shared story, passed around, its words echoing softly in the evening. It wasn't just information, it was reassurance. Proof that another world still existed and was waiting. You imagine those scenes now. Men clustered around, listening to news of a baby's first steps or a mother's new recipe. And you can almost hear the mixture of laughter and quiet longing in their voices. You read a line that makes you smile. Something gently encouraging. Something that assumes you are safe and comfortable. You don't correct it. There's no need to bring the cold, the weight, and the constant uncertainty into this small, precious space. You let the words do what they're meant to do. Remind you of who you were before uniforms and orders. And who you might be again. You think, with a bit of modern humor, that this is the original form of scrolling through messages. Except the loading time is weeks and the font is your mother's handwriting. Around you, others are having similar moments. One man laughs softly at something in his letter and says his sister is complaining about having to do extra chores now that he's gone. Another shakes his head and says his father has sent advice on how to keep warm. Most of it involving more blankets than any of you actually have. A third jokes that if home keeps describing good food, the army should start censoring menus for morale reasons. The light comments float in the air, small anchors of normal life. You fold the letter and tuck it carefully away, close to where you keep the few personal things you've carried this far. It feels like storing a little warmth for later. Something you can take out when the night grows long or the road feels endless. Many soldiers did this, reading and rereading the same pages until the paper grew thin and soft. The words almost memorized. The letter became less about news and more about presence. A quiet companion in a loud, uncertain world. There's a famous story from the War of Soldiers before the Battle of Antietam writing what they believed might be their last letters home, sealing them and handing them to comrades with instructions to send them if they didn't return. Even now, in this calmer moment, that possibility hums in the background. You don't dwell on it, but it adds weight to every line of ink, every carefully chosen word. As the break winds down, you see a few men carefully smoothing their letters, as if trying to press the comfort of home into the folds. Someone says that mail is better than any medicine, and another replies that it's at least the only thing here with no side effects. Except maybe homesickness. A third adds that if longing were a physical weight, they'd need another wagon just to carry it. The humor is gentle, but it lands, because it's close to the truth. These connections across distance shaped morale in ways that are hard to measure. Historians still debate about how much letters and news from home influenced a soldier's willingness to endure hardship and continue fighting. And whether emotional support could, in some cases, be as sustaining as physical supplies. Some argue that it strengthened resolve. Others note that it sometimes made the contrast so sharp that it deepened the ache to return. Like so many things, it cut both ways. The order to move comes again, and the small circle of stillness breaks. You rise, shoulders accepting the pack once more, and feel the familiar weight settle in. Before you step back into line, you take one last glance at the folded letter in your hand. Then tuck it away. It's not a shield, and it's not a weapon, but it's something just as important, a reminder that beyond the dust and the discipline, beyond the road and the noise, there is a place where your name is spoken softly and where time moves in a gentler way. You fall back into formation, the rhythm of marching returning, and with each step, you carry not only your gear, but the quiet presence of home, folded and safe, close to your heart, moving with you into whatever the next mile, or the next day, will bring. The march slows near a small cluster of farms, and with it comes a different kind of attention, the quiet, hopeful scanning of eyes that are always on the lookout for something edible. Supply wagons are somewhere behind you, doing their best to keep up. But best and enough are not always the same thing. You've learned that rations are reliable in theory and unpredictable in practice. And so when the landscape offers possibilities, even faint ones, your senses lean forward a little. You smell it first, wood smoke and something faintly sweet. The kind of aroma that suggests a cooking fire rather than a camp one. Your stomach responds before your mind forms words. A small, eager tightening that says, yes, that, more of that. You glance toward a farmhouse set back from the road, its chimneys sending up a thin ribbon of smoke. Chickens scratch in the dirt near a fence, and a small garden patch shows the last stubborn greens of the season. It's a peaceful picture, almost too peaceful. Like a painting that forgot to include the long column of tired men passing by. Foraging, in the Civil War, took many forms. Sometimes it meant officially organized parties sent out to gather food, especially during campaigns like Sherman's March to the Sea, when Union armies lived largely off the land as they moved through Georgia. That campaign is famous for its scale and impact. But on the ground it often looked like small groups of soldiers knocking on doors, bargaining, or simply taking what they needed, leaving receipts that promised payment from a government that might or might not ever settle the account. For you, now, it's less about grand strategy and more about the immediate hope of adding something fresh to the hardtack routine. A few men are quietly sent off under an officer's eye. They move toward the farm. Careful, respectful, but clearly motivated. You wait, leaning on your musket, listening to the low murmur of the column. Someone near you jokes that if they come back with a chicken, he's going to name it before it becomes dinner. Just to make things emotionally complicated. Another replies that he'd prefer not to bond with his meal, but he's willing to make an exception for something that isn't salted into near immortality. A third adds that at this point, even a potato would feel like a luxury item worthy of a parade. When the foraging party returns, they carry a small basket of eggs and a couple of vegetables. Modest in quantity but rich in promise. The mood lifts in a way that's almost visible, like the brightness in a room when a lamp is turned on. Fresh food means more than calories, it means variety. And variety means a reminder that the world still contains flavors that aren't just dry and salty. You watch as a small cooking fire is arranged, careful to keep it discreet, and a pan is set up to do what it can with what little there is. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' accounts is how creative they became with these finds. Hardtack could be crushed and mixed with water to form a rough batter, then fried with whatever fat was available, turning it into something resembling a pancake. Eggs, when found, were treated like treasures, stretched to feed as many as possible, sometimes scrambled with bits of onion or greens to make a communal dish. It wasn't gourmet, but it was a break from monotony. And that alone made it special. As you wait your turn, you think about how different this is from modern ideas of food security. Today, missing a meal is an inconvenience. Here, it's a variable in a complex equation of strength, morale, and endurance. You might smile faintly and think that if there were a farm-to-table movement in the 1860s, it would involve a lot more mud and a lot less menu choice. Still, the principle is the same. Food feels more valuable when you've seen the ground it came from and the effort it took to get it. The small portion you receive is warm and fragrant, and you eat slowly, letting the taste register. It's simple, but after days of preserved rations, it feels almost celebratory. Someone says it's the best thing they've eaten in weeks, and another replies that standards have clearly adjusted. But he's not complaining. A third adds that if this keeps up, he might start reviewing meals like a critic, awarding stars for not hardtack and not salt pork. The quiet laughter that follows is soft and grateful. Foraging, however, is not without its complications. It can strain relationships with local civilians, who are themselves trying to survive the disruptions of war. In some areas, farms are already depleted, their stores taken by one army and then another. You see the cautious looks from a distance. The way doors are closed gently but firmly. It's a reminder that while you're hungry and tired, so are many of the people whose land you're passing through, though in different ways. You recall hearing about the siege of Vicksburg, where both soldiers and civilians were reduced to eating whatever they could find, including peas, cornmeal, and in some cases, animals not normally considered part of the menu. A small, rarely mentioned fact from that time is how people dug caves into hillsides not only for protection from shelling, but also to store and preserve what little food they had, keeping it cool and safe from spoilage. Survival became an exercise in ingenuity, in making the most of what was available and stretching it as far as it could go. The foraging party returns a second time with a small sack of apples. Bruised but still good, they're passed along the line, and you take one. Its skin cool against your palm. The first bite is crisp, and the sudden sweetness is almost surprising. Like a burst of color in a black and white scene. You close your eyes for a second, just long enough to let the moment linger. Someone nearby says it's the best dessert he's had since leaving home. And another adds that if this is dessert, he's ready to skip the main course and go straight to it next time. A third jokes that at this rate, the army is going to start planning routes based on orchards rather than railroads. There's an underlying seriousness, too. Foraging can expose small groups to danger, and it can create friction with civilians whose loyalty may be uncertain. Officers have to balance the need to feed their men with the need to maintain discipline and avoid turning necessity into abuse. You see that tension in the careful way orders are given, in the effort to take only what is needed and to leave something in return when possible. As the column prepares to move again, the fire is doused, and the small feast becomes a memory. Your stomach feels a little fuller. Your spirits a little lighter. It's not a solution to the larger problem of supply, but it's a reminder that the land itself can sometimes offer help. If only in small doses. You think, with gentle irony, that this is the most literal kind of field dining imaginable, and that the menu depends entirely on what the field feels like giving that day. In the larger historical picture, living off the land played a significant role in certain campaigns, shaping routes, timing, and the experiences of both armies and civilians. Yet it's also one of the most personal aspects of the war. Experienced one apple, one egg, one handful of greens at a time. Its history measured in mouthfuls rather than in miles. Historians still debate about how much foraging and local supply truly sustained armies compared to formal logistics, and whether campaigns that relied heavily on the countryside gained flexibility at the cost of alienating the very populations they moved through. Some argue it was a practical necessity in a vast, often underdeveloped landscape. Others see it as a factor that deepened the war's impact on civilian life and memory. The discussion continues, but for you, standing in line with the taste of something fresh still lingering, the issue feels simpler and more immediate. Today, at least, the road offered a small kindness. The order to march comes again, and you fall back into rhythm. Your pack settles, your boots find the road, and the column moves on. You carry with you not only the weight of gear and the ache of distance, but also the quiet comfort of having tasted something grown under open sky. Something that reminded you, briefly, of seasons and soil and a world that still produces food as patiently as it produces days. Night comes again, and this time it doesn't bring rest so much as responsibility. The camp settles into a low, murmuring quiet, the kind that feels thin and easily torn. And you find your name on the list for watch. It means you won't be curling up under a blanket just yet. Instead, you take your place on the edge of the sleeping world, musket in hand, eyes scanning the dark for anything that doesn't belong. The firelight throws long, wavering shadows that stretch and shrink as if they're breathing. Beyond that small circle of warmth, the landscape dissolves into layers of black and deeper black. Every sound seems louder at night, the creak of a tree in the wind, the rustle of an animal in the brush, the distant call of an owl. Your mind, already tuned by days of tension, begins to assign meaning to each one. You tell yourself it's just nature. But you listen anyway, because in this war, just nature, and something else, can sound uncomfortably similar. Standing guard was a common duty, and a necessary one. Surprise attacks were a constant fear, especially after events like the Confederate assault at Shiloh, where early morning confusion had caught many soldiers off balance. The memory of such moments hangs in the air, shaping how carefully you peer into the darkness now. You shift your weight, careful not to let the movement of your boots scrape too loudly. And you feel the cool night air settle around your face and hands. A lesser-known detail from Civil War camps is how soldiers learned to identify one another in the dark by small, practical signals, a whispered password, the particular jingle of equipment, even the rhythm of footsteps. It wasn't foolproof, but it added a layer of reassurance, a way to reduce the chance of mistaking a friend for something more dangerous. You repeat the night's password softly to yourself, not because you're likely to forget it, but because the sound of your own voice, even in a whisper, helps anchor you. The hours of watch stretch strangely. Time seems to thicken, as if it's moving through syrup instead of air. A few minutes feel like a long chapter. And then suddenly you realize half an hour has slipped by without leaving much of a trace. You focus on small tasks, counting breaths, scanning the same tree line, listening for any pattern that breaks the steady background of night. It's a quiet kind of work, but it demands attention all the same. Someone on the next post over mutters that the darkness is playing tricks on his eyes, turning every stump into a crouching figure. You answer softly that at least stumps are polite enough not to move. He replies that if one does start moving, he's officially done with tonight. A third voice adds that the shadows look like they're rehearsing for a very dramatic play. 3 small jokes, traded in low tones, just enough to take the edge off the silence. Your thoughts wander, as they often do when the body is still and the senses are alert. You think about how many soldiers before you have stood in similar positions, across different wars and different centuries, all listening to the night and hoping it stays quiet. The idea is oddly comforting, like being part of a very long, very tired tradition. A cool breeze slides through the camp, and you pull your coat a little tighter. The fire crackles, then settles, and for a moment the world seems to hold its breath. You realize how much trust is placed in this thin line of centuries, in the simple act of staying awake and paying attention. It's not heroic in the way charges and flags are, but it's essential. Without watchful eyes, sleep itself would be a risk. In the distance, you hear the faint, rhythmic sound of a patrol moving, boots soft on the ground. It's reassuring, a reminder that you're not alone in this quiet vigilance. You exchange a brief, low greeting when they pass, the kind that says, "All clear here," without needing many words. The mental strain of guard duty is subtle but real. You're not running or firing, you're waiting. And waiting with purpose can be its own kind of fatigue. A small, often overlooked note from soldiers' diaries is how many of them described the difficulty of staying alert in the early hours before dawn, when the body's natural rhythm insists on sleep. Some would hum softly under their breath or recite lines from songs or prayers. Anything to keep the mind from drifting too far inward. You do something similar, counting slowly, then starting again, giving your thoughts a simple track to follow. It helps, and it keeps your eyes moving, your awareness spread across the dark. You think, with a touch of modern humor, that this is the original night shift, minus the coffee machine and with significantly higher stakes. From a broader perspective, night operations and vigilance played crucial roles in many campaigns. The surprise Confederate attack at Chancellorsville, for example, involved careful movement under cover of darkness, exploiting the limits of visibility and communication. Darkness could be a shield or a trap, depending on who understood it better. Historians still debate about how much the psychological strain of constant alertness affected soldiers over time, and whether the cumulative effect of sleepless nights and repeated watches dulled reactions or sharpened them. Some suggest it built a kind of hardened focus. Others argue it quietly eroded nerves, making men jumpier and more exhausted as campaigns dragged on. As with so many aspects of this war, the answer likely varies from one individual to another, written in the small differences between how each person met the same long nights. At last, the faint light of early dawn begins to soften the edge of the darkness. The shapes of tents and trees become clearer, and the world slowly regains its colors. Relief comes with it, gentle and unspoken. You know your watch is nearly over. And with it, this particular stretch of responsibility. You take one last, slow scan of the perimeter. Then allow yourself to relax just a fraction as the next guard steps into place. The night has passed without incident. And that, in this context, feels like a quiet success. You head back toward your place. Muscles a little stiff, eyes a little tired, but carrying the calm satisfaction of having kept watch while others slept. As you settle down, the camp begins to stir again, and the cycle of the day prepares to start anew. You close your eyes, aware that even in rest, part of you is still listening, still tuned to the world beyond the canvas and the firelight. In this war, sleep and vigilance exist side by side, each borrowing time from the other. And you learn, slowly, how to live in that balance. Morning brings with it a different kind of stillness. The uneasy quiet that follows nights of watch and days of marching. You're barely settled when word spreads in low voices, passed from one small cluster to another like a secret no one really wants to carry. Prisoners have been taken, not many, but enough that a temporary enclosure is being set up. A rough boundary of fence rails and canvas meant to hold men who, only hours ago, were standing on the other side of the same line of fire. You drift close enough to see without staring. Inside, a group of exhausted figures sits or stands, guarded but not roughly handled. Their uniforms are different, but the wear is the same: mud on the hems, faces hollowed by fatigue, eyes that look older than the rest of them. It's strangely disorienting, because if not for the color of cloth and the direction of yesterday's orders, they could be your reflection. You might think, with a soft, uneasy irony, that this is what happens when two long marches finally bump into each other. The Civil War created hundreds of thousands of prisoners on both sides. And famous places like Andersonville and Elmira would later become symbols of how brutal captivity could be. But before the large, infamous camps, captivity often began like this: a temporary pen, a guarded field, a few hours or days of uncertainty while paperwork and arrangements caught up with events. For the men inside, it was the sudden shift from movement to stillness, from action to waiting, that felt most jarring. A lesser-known fact from early war exchanges is how, at first, many prisoners expected to be swapped quickly and sent home or back to their units. There was even a formal system of parole and exchange, based on rank and numbers, that treated captivity almost like a pause button. But as the war dragged on and trust between sides eroded, those exchanges slowed and then largely stopped. The pen you're looking at now is part of that transition, a small link in a chain that would grow much longer and heavier. You hear a guard offer water to one of the prisoners, who accepts it with a nod that is half gratitude, half embarrassment. Another man wraps his arms around himself, not just for warmth, but as if trying to hold onto something familiar. You think, quietly, about how strange it must be to go from carrying a weapon to having none. From choosing when to move to being told when to sit. Freedom, you realize, is felt most sharply at the moment it's interrupted. There's a bit of cautious conversation across the boundary. Someone asks where they're from, and the answer names a town that sounds almost like one you know, just far enough away to be unfamiliar. Another voice jokes that at least the food can't be worse than what they've already been eating. And a guard replies that the hardtack doesn't care which uniform you're wearing. A third adds that hunger is the one thing truly neutral in this war. The humor is thin, but it builds a small bridge. A reminder that the human experience on both sides overlaps more than anyone likes to admit. You think of the Battle of Fort Donelson in 1862, where thousands of Confederate soldiers were captured and marched north, beginning long journeys into prison camps. Many wrote later that the shock of defeat was quickly replaced by the shock of confinement, the sudden loss of space, privacy, and purpose. The same would be true for Union prisoners in Southern camps, where overcrowding and limited supplies would turn waiting into a daily struggle. A rarely mentioned detail from letters written by prisoners is how time itself became their main adversary. Days stretched, marked not by drills or marches, but by roll calls, ration lines, and the slow movement of the sun. Some men kept careful tallies, carving marks or making notes, as if counting could give shape to the emptiness. Others tried to maintain routines, exercising in small spaces, telling stories, organizing makeshift classes, to keep their minds from drifting too far into the long, gray space of uncertainty. You watch as one prisoner stares out beyond the fence, eyes fixed on the road as if expecting it to lead him somewhere familiar. It's a look you recognize. The same one you've seen on your own face during long marches. The gaze that measures distance not just in miles, but in the effort it would take to return to what you left behind. Someone near you murmurs that being stuck like that must be worse than any road. Another answers that at least on the road, every step means something. In a pen, even standing still can feel like work. There's a quiet tension in how the guards hold themselves, too. They are alert, but not hostile, aware that these men were enemies yesterday and might be again tomorrow. Yet the shared exhaustion softens the edges. You see it in the way a blanket is passed through the fence, in the way a canteen is tipped just a little closer so it's easier to reach. Small gestures, barely noticed, but heavy with meaning. From a broader view, captivity would become one of the war's deepest scars. The breakdown of the prisoner exchange system led to overcrowded camps, shortages, and suffering that echoed long after the guns fell silent. Yet in moments like this, early and small, you can already sense the seeds of that larger story, the uncertainty, the dependence on others for the most basic needs, the strange mix of hope and resignation that settles when movement stops and waiting begins. Historians still debate about how much conditions in prisoner camps were the result of deliberate policy versus the simple inability of strained systems to cope with the numbers involved, and whether different choices earlier in the war might have prevented some of the worst outcomes. Some argue that resources and transportation limits made hardship inevitable. Others believe that neglect and retaliation played larger roles than officials later admitted. The arguments continue, but the human reality remains in the quiet faces behind makeshift fences. As you're called back to your unit, you take one last look at the enclosure. The men inside are settling in, finding places to sit, to lean, to wait. The war, for them, has shifted shape. It's no longer about marching forward or holding a line. It's about enduring stillness and uncertainty. You turn away with a strange, heavy awareness that the same conflict can wear very different faces, and that sometimes the hardest part is not the noise of battle, but the silence that follows when movement is no longer yours to choose. The day softens a little after the tension of the prisoner enclosure, and you find yourself back among your own unit, sharing the small, Necessary routines that make life feel temporarily normal. Someone has managed to brew coffee that is only slightly less bitter than usual. And a few men gather around, tin cups in hand, as if warmth itself were something you could pass along by proximity. It's in moments like this that you feel the quiet strength of camaraderie. The way being near others who understand the same aches and worries makes those aches and worries easier to carry. Friendship in the ranks doesn't announce itself with grand gestures. It's in the way a canteen is offered without a word. In the way someone automatically takes your pack when you bend to adjust a strap. In the way a joke appears right when the mood threatens to sink too low. You sit on a fallen log, and the man beside you starts telling a story about a horse he once knew back home. A stubborn creature that refused to cross streams and had to be coaxed with apples. The tale goes on longer than it needs to. And that's the point. It's a slice of another life. Unfolded slowly, like a picture being unrolled for anyone who wants to look. During the Civil War, these bonds often became as important as any official chain of command. A famous example is the way units from the same town or region, sometimes called company communities, stuck together through battles like Gettysburg and Chickamauga. They had enlisted with neighbors and cousins, and that shared background turned into a powerful form of emotional armor. You see a reflection of that now, in the way familiar faces gravitate toward one another, forming small circles of trust inside the larger formation. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' letters is how often they wrote about their comrades in language usually reserved for family. Words like brother and home appear again and again, not as poetic exaggeration, but as honest attempts to describe a new kind of closeness forged under pressure. When you live, march, eat, and sleep alongside the same people, the boundary between friend and kin becomes thin. You might think, with a gentle, modern comparison, that this is the ultimate group chat, no muting, no leaving the conversation, and everyone very much aware of when someone goes silent. Laughter bubbles up over something small. Someone claims the coffee tastes like it was filtered through an old boot. And another says that's an improvement over yesterday, which seemed to be filtered through the entire road. A third adds that if they keep improving it at this rate, in another year it might resemble an actual beverage. The chuckles are easy, and for a moment the war feels far away, held at arm's length by humor and shared experience. You notice how these bonds help regulate fear. When a rumor spreads, it's discussed, questioned, softened by familiar voices. When someone looks tired or worried, another notices and offers distraction or reassurance. It's an informal network of care, one that doesn't appear in official reports but quietly supports everything that does. During the long campaigns of 1864, for instance, when Grant's armies pressed southward in relentless fighting, veterans later recalled how it was often a friend's steady presence, more than any speech or order, that kept them moving forward. There's also a sense of accountability woven into this closeness. You don't want to be the one who slows the group, the one who fails to show up when needed, not out of fear of punishment, but out of loyalty. You realize that your own endurance is now tied to theirs, that each step you take makes their load just a little easier. And each step they take does the same for you. It's a quiet contract, never written, but felt. As the afternoon light slants across the camp, Someone pulls out a harmonica and begins to play a slow, familiar tune. It's not perfect, but it's steady, and a few voices join in. Low and unpolished, music drifts through the air, wrapping around the tense and the tired bodies like a second, gentler blanket. You think of how soldiers at battles like Fredericksburg and Petersburg sang in camp, using melody to remind themselves of something beyond orders and alarms. A small, often overlooked fact is that many units carried songbooks, their pages worn and soft, proof that even in the midst of conflict, people made room for harmony. You listen, letting the sound settle, and you feel the tension in your shoulders ease a little. It's not that danger has vanished, it's that it has been shared, divided among many, and in that division, made more bearable. You might joke quietly that this is the original team-building exercise. Except the trust falls are replaced by trusting someone to wake you if something goes wrong in the night. Another adds that at least here, everyone really does have your back, sometimes literally when the pack straps dig in. In the broader historical view, these small communities within armies shaped morale and resilience. Units that maintained strong internal bonds often held together better under stress, recovering more quickly from losses and confusion. Yet it wasn't uniform, and experiences varied widely from regiment to regiment. Historians still debate about how much such personal connections influenced battlefield performance and long-term survival, and whether cohesion built through shared hardship mattered more than training or leadership alone. Some argue that friendship created a powerful incentive to stand firm. Others suggest that discipline and structure were the true foundations, with camaraderie acting as a valuable, but secondary, support. The truth likely lies in the interplay between the two, in the way human relationships and formal systems reinforced each other. As the song fades and the men drift back to their tasks, you remain for a moment, absorbing the quiet strength of simply being among others. The war has many faces: noise, fear, fatigue, but here is another: companionship. Steady and unremarkable, yet essential. You rise, adjust your pack, and rejoin the line, carrying with you not just your gear, but the subtle reassurance that you are part of a small, resilient world within the larger storm. A world held together by shared steps, shared stories, and the simple, powerful fact of not facing the day alone. The air grows still in that peculiar way it does before something important happens, as if the world itself has decided to lower its voice. Orders move quietly down the line, and with each repetition, the meaning sharpens. You're going forward soon, not in a rush, not in a charge yet, but into a place where waiting itself becomes heavy. You stand with your musket grounded, hands resting on the stock, and you realize how loud your own breathing sounds when everything else pauses. This is the space before combat, and it has its own weight. At battles like Fredericksburg and Cold Harbor, men described the minutes before advancing as the longest of their lives. Stretched thin by anticipation. You feel that stretch now. Your thoughts don't race, they line up, one behind the other, like soldiers awaiting inspection. You think of practical things: your footing, your grip, the position of the man beside you. Then, without warning, you think of home, of something small and ordinary, like the way sunlight used to fall across a kitchen table. The mind, it seems, likes to visit quiet places when it senses noise coming. Around you, The line is steady, but not rigid. Shoulders rise and fall. Someone clears his throat and then stops, as if the sound feels too large. Another adjusts his cap, tugging it down just a little. A tiny gesture of readiness. You catch a whisper. Almost time. It's not dramatic, just factual, and that makes it more powerful. You might think, with a soft, modern comparison, that this is like the moment before a roller coaster drops, except no one paid for the ride. And there's no guarantee of a smooth landing. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' letters is how many of them fixated on small, physical sensations in these moments. The way sweat gathered under a collar, the roughness of wood against a palm, the smell of powder lingering in the air even before a shot was fired. Focusing on such details was a way of staying present, of anchoring the mind when imagination threatened to run too far ahead. You do the same now, noting the texture of your uniform, the firmness of the ground, the quiet strength in your legs. Someone near you murmurs that his heart is trying to set a new marching pace all on its own. Another replies that it should at least wait for the drum to start. A third adds that if hearts earned medals for enthusiasm, everyone here would be highly decorated. The humor is gentle, almost affectionate, and it eases the tightness just a fraction. It reminds you that fear, when shared, becomes something that can be spoken about, even if only in half-jokes. You think of the moments before Pickett's charge at Gettysburg, when thousands of Confederate soldiers stood in open fields, knowing they were about to cross a long stretch under fire. Accounts from both sides describe a strange calm that settled in just before the advance. A kind of focused stillness that replaced panic with resolve. It wasn't that fear vanished, it simply found a place to sit. Like a guest told to wait quietly in the corner. Your own body seems to be doing something similar. The nervous energy that had fluttered earlier now gathers into a steadier readiness. You shift your weight, test your balance, and feel a quiet confidence in the simple fact that you're upright, alert, and not alone. The line holds, and in that holding, you feel the strength of shared intention. A small, rarely mentioned practice among seasoned soldiers was to take one last, deliberate breath before moving, a conscious act meant to steady the pulse and clear the mind. You do it now. Inhaling slowly, letting the air fill your lungs, then releasing it just as slowly. It's a simple ritual, but it works, like pressing a reset button on a system that's been running hot. Time seems to thicken again, like it did during night watch. But now the waiting is charged with direction. You're not just standing, you're about to step into motion. The officer's voice, when it comes, is calm and even, carrying authority without haste. You focus on it, letting its steadiness become your own. Historians still debate about how much this moment of anticipation shaped a soldier's performance, and whether those who learned to manage their fear before the first step were better able to endure what followed. Some argue that mental preparation was as crucial as physical training. Others suggest that once the action began, instinct and circumstance took over, sweeping away whatever calm had been built in the quiet beforehand. The truth likely lies in how these elements met, in the fragile bridge between thought and movement. For now, you remain in that narrow space just before action, where everything is possible and nothing has yet happened. The world holds its breath with you. You feel the ground, the air, the presence of the men on either side. And you understand that this is not simply a pause. It is a gathering of resolve. A moment when fear and duty stand close together. And you learn, in the most immediate way, what it means to be ready, not because you are unafraid, but because you are willing to move even while the fear is there. When movement finally comes, it isn't clean or cinematic. It's a series of small, overlapping motions, a step, then another, the line easing forward as if the ground itself were gently pulling you along. Almost at once, the world fills again with smoke, and the careful geometry of drill dissolves into something far less certain. You know, in theory, where you are and where you're meant to go. In practice, the air turns milky, shapes blur, and direction becomes a matter of trust and instinct. This is what soldiers at places like the Wilderness or Spotsylvania meant when they wrote about losing the battle in the fog. Even on clear days, gunpowder smoke could thicken so quickly that it created its own weather. A low, drifting cloud that swallowed landmarks and turned distances into guesses. You step forward and see only the vague outline of the man in front of you. His back a darker shadow in a pale haze. Beyond him, the world fades to nothing. Sound becomes your main guide. Commands are shouted, but they arrive warped and softened, as if they've traveled through water. The crack of muskets and the deeper thud of artillery overlap, and it's hard to tell which direction they're coming from. You find yourself turning your head slightly, trying to triangulate by ear, like someone searching for a familiar voice in a crowded room. A small, modern thought flickers through your mind. This is what it would be like if a GPS tried to navigate during a thunderstorm and kept losing signal. You load and fire as you've been trained, trusting the rhythm of those movements to carry you through the confusion. Tier, pour, ram, cap, shoulder. The sequence grounds you, a familiar pattern in a world that has suddenly become abstract. Smoke curls around your hands, and the smell of powder is so strong it coats the back of your throat. Your eyes sting a little, and you blink, trying to clear them, but the haze only shifts, never truly lifts. Someone near you stumbles, not from a wound, but from uneven ground hidden by the smoke. Two others steady him, and the line closes again, flowing around the small disruption like water around a stone. You hear a quick, breathless joke about how the earth is clearly trying to trip everyone. And another voice answers that it's just jealous of all the attention the cannons are getting. Even here, humor flickers, brief and bright, like a match struck in the dark. A lesser-known detail from accounts of Civil War battles is how often units became disoriented in, for short stretches, fought in the wrong direction or at the wrong target simply because they couldn't see clearly. At Antietam, for example, dense smoke in the cornfield caused regiments to advance, halt, and fire without fully understanding who was in front of them. Flags became crucial points of reference, their colors and shapes rising above the haze like beacons. You find your eyes searching for such a marker now. Anything that says, "This is where you are. This is who you're with." The smoke also plays tricks with time. Bursts of action feel long and stretched, while entire minutes vanish between one breath and the next. You become intensely aware of the space immediately around you, the warmth of your musket barrel, the roughness of the stock against your cheek, the sound of your own pulse in your ears. It's a narrowing of the world, a kind of temporary tunnel vision that leaves only what matters most in focus. Someone coughs, a sharp, involuntary sound, and mutters that breathing this stuff can't be good for the lungs. Another answers that the lungs will have to file their complaint later, preferably somewhere with cleaner air. A third adds that this is the worst kind of fog machine and that whoever is operating it should really turn it down. The jokes are quick, half-formed, but they carry a strange comfort, proof that minds are still working, that personalities haven't been completely swallowed by the gray. You try to keep your bearings by remembering the lay of the land you saw before the smoke rolled in. There was a slight rise to the left, a fence line to the right. You can't see them now, but you hold them in your mind like mental landmarks. Invisible but still present. It's a bit like navigating a familiar room in the dark, reaching out with memory when sight fails. A small, rarely mentioned practice among experienced soldiers was to listen not just for commands, but for changes in the general sound of firing. A sudden shift in volume or direction could signal movement, retreat, or reinforcement. You find yourself doing this instinctively, noting when the noise swells or dips, when it seems to draw closer or pull away. The battlefield, even unseen, has a kind of pulse, and you're learning to feel it. The confusion isn't only visual. Dust, smoke, and the press of bodies make it hard to tell where one unit ends and another begins. For a moment, you're aware of unfamiliar faces moving alongside you, their expressions as intent and focused as your own. Then, just as quickly, they drift away, swallowed by the shifting curtain of haze. The war, in these moments, feels less like two clear sides and more like a vast, moving cloud of people, all trying to orient themselves in the same uncertain space. Historians still debate about how much this sensory confusion influenced tactics and outcomes, and whether battles might have unfolded differently if visibility had been clearer or communication more reliable. Some argue that the limitations of black powder weapons, with their thick smoke, forced commanders to rely heavily on pre-arranged plans and rigid formations. Others suggest that these same limitations created opportunities for surprise and improvisation. The discussion continues, but for you, inside the smoke, the theory collapses into something simpler. See what you can, hear what you can, and keep moving with those beside you. Gradually, as the wind shifts, the haze thins in places, opening small windows of clarity. Through one of them, you catch a glimpse of open ground ahead, and beyond that, the faint line of another formation. The world sharpens just enough to remind you that there is, in fact, a landscape here, not just a cloud. You take another step, then another, guided by the returning outlines of earth and sky. The confusion never fully disappears, but you learn to function within it, to accept that perfect awareness is a luxury not always available. You move, you listen, you trust the patterns drilled into you and the presence of the men around you. And in doing so, you discover one of the quieter truths of this war: that clarity is often partial, fleeting, and hard-won, and that much of endurance lies in continuing forward even when the world is reduced to smoke, sound, and the steady, stubborn rhythm of your own steps. When the smoke thins enough to let outlines return, what you notice first is not the enemy, but the men who are supposed to guide you. Officers move along the line, their silhouettes cutting through the pale haze, voices raised just enough to carry without turning into a shout. You watch their faces, trying to read the small signals, tight jaws, steady eyes, the slight nod that says, "Yes, this way, keep going." Leadership, in this moment, is not a speech or a flag-waving gesture. It's a presence, a moving point of reference in a world that keeps trying to blur. You fall into step with a captain who is walking just ahead. Sword at his side, posture straight despite the uneven ground. He doesn't look back often. But when he does, it's with a quick, assessing glance that seems to take in the entire line at once. You realize how much depends on that calm. If he falters, if his voice wavers, the uncertainty would spread like ripples in water. Instead, his tone is even, almost conversational, as if he were directing traffic rather than people into danger. You think, with a touch of modern humor, that he sounds like the world's most serious tour guide. Right this way. Watch your step, and please stay together. The importance of such steady leadership was proven again and again in the Civil War. At places like Gettysburg, when Union officers managed to rally broken units on Cemetery Ridge, their ability to restore order under fire helped stabilize lines that might otherwise have collapsed. Men later wrote that seeing a familiar officer standing upright, visible and composed, did more to settle their nerves than any formal command. It was a reminder that someone still saw the larger picture, even when individual vision was narrowed by smoke and fear. You hear an order passed down, not shouted, but spoken clearly and repeated from man to man. The chain of voices forms a kind of human relay, carrying intent through the confusion. You adjust your position slightly, aligning with the movement around you, and feel the line regain a bit of its shape. It's not perfect, but it's something solid enough to lean on. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' accounts is how much informal leadership came from non-commissioned officers, sergeants and corporals who knew their men personally and could read their moods. They were the ones who noticed when someone was shaking too much or staring too long into the distance, and who would quietly place a hand on a shoulder or offer a short, grounding word. You see that now, as a sergeant murmurs, "Easy now, you're doing fine," to a younger soldier whose breathing has gone quick and shallow. The words are simple, but they land with the weight of reassurance. The noise swells again, and for a moment the clarity you'd gained threatens to slip. The captain ahead raises his hand, a small, precise gesture, and the line slows, then steadies. You realize how these visual cues, an arm lifted, a sword angled, a head turned, become a second language, one that can be read even when sound fails. It's a language learned through drill and reinforced by trust. Someone near you whispers that he's glad the officers aren't hiding in the back. Another answers that they couldn't, even if they wanted to, because everyone would notice. A third adds that being visible here is like standing under a very unfriendly spotlight. The faint humor carries an unspoken truth. Leadership here is as much about sharing risk as it is about giving direction. You think of the Battle of Antietam again, where confusion and heavy losses tested command structures on both sides. There, some units advanced and retreated multiple times under different orders, their movements shaped by which officers were still standing and able to communicate. In such moments, a single clear voice could make the difference between cohesion and chaos. You feel the echo of that history in the way everyone now listens. Not just for what is said, but for who is saying it. The captain glances back once more, meets your eyes for a brief second, and nods. It's not a personal acknowledgement. Exactly. But it feels like one. It says, "I see you. Stay with me." That small exchange carries more weight than you would have expected. It anchors you, reminding you that you are part of an organized whole, not just an individual moving through smoke. As the line advances, you notice how decisions are made quickly and with limited information. A slight change in direction, a brief halt, a signal to spread out or close ranks. Each choice is a calculation based on fragments of sight and sound. There is no time for perfect certainty. Leadership here is the art of acting on what you have, not waiting for what you wish you had. A small, rarely discussed aspect of command in the Civil War is how officers had to balance strict adherence to orders with on-the-spot judgment. Telegraph lines were slow and often cut, and messengers could be delayed or lost. This meant that many decisions, especially in the thick of battle, were made by those present, interpreting intent rather than following detailed instructions. You can sense that balance now, in the way the captain weighs the situation, listens to reports from subordinates, and then chooses a course, committing to it with quiet confidence. The line halts again, and you feel the collective pause, a shared intake of breath. The captain speaks, voice low but firm, giving a short instruction. It's repeated, and you move accordingly. The simplicity of the command is its strength. In a world overloaded with noise, clarity becomes a kind of mercy. You think, with a brief, modern comparison, that this is like trying to coordinate a group call with terrible reception. You need one clear voice to cut through. To say, "Here's what we're doing next." Without that, everyone talks, no one listens, and nothing moves forward. Here, the stakes are higher, but the principle is the same. The presence of leadership also shapes how you interpret danger. When orders are steady, fear feels more contained, as if it has a frame to sit within. When commands falter or contradict each other, anxiety spreads, looking for somewhere to land. You're grateful, in this moment, for the steadiness you see and hear, for the sense that someone is keeping track of the larger pattern. Historians still debate about how much the quality of leadership at different levels influenced the outcomes of specific engagements, and whether strong local command could compensate for flawed overall strategy, or if even the best officers were ultimately limited by circumstances beyond their control. Some argue that decisive personalities turned the tide in critical moments. Others suggest that logistics and numbers mattered more than individual brilliance. The discussion continues, but the immediate reality in front of you is simple: clear direction matters. And you feel its effect with every coordinated step. As the line moves again, you carry with you a renewed sense of orientation. The smoke may return, the noise may swell, and the ground may shift underfoot. But there is a thread of order running through it all, woven by voices and gestures and shared understanding. You follow it, one step at a time, trusting that even in a world reduced to fragments, there are still people whose job it is to see how those fragments fit together, and to guide you through them with as much calm and care as the moment allows. The moment the line begins to give way, it doesn't feel like a dramatic collapse. It feels like a hesitation, a small backward step here, another there, as if the ground itself has suggested a change of mind. Then the hesitation spreads, and what was forward motion becomes something else entirely. You are still moving, But now the direction has softened, turned, as water does when it meets an unseen slope. This is retreat, though no one says the word out loud at first. You hear the command to fall back, past quickly, urgently, but without panic. It travels down the line the same way every order has. Yet it carries a different weight. Advancing is about effort. Retreating is about control, keeping shape while the instinct to run taps insistently at the back of your thoughts. History is full of famous withdrawals, the long, stubborn retreat of Union forces on the first day at Gettysburg, pulling back through the town to the higher ground of Cemetery Hill, the desperate, confused pullback at Bull Run, where order dissolved and the road became choked with fear and wagons and exhausted men. You are not in a rout. Not yet. But you can feel how thin the line is between an organized withdrawal and something far less tidy. You step back carefully, eyes flicking from side to side, making sure you're still aligned with the men around you. The smoke that once hid the enemy now hides your own path. And you have to trust the voice of the officer and the pressure of the formation to guide you. Your boots find uneven ground. And you steady yourself, heart thudding a little faster. Not from running, but from the sudden shift in purpose. Someone mutters that this feels like trying to walk backwards in a crowded hallway without bumping into anyone. Another answers that at least the hallway isn't yelling at them. A third adds that if they trip, they're blaming the floor. The jokes are quick. A thin layer of calm over a deeper tension. But they help keep the movement measured instead of frantic. A lesser-known detail from many Civil War accounts is how often retreats were conducted in stages, with small groups pausing to fire or simply to hold position long enough for others to move. It was a kind of relay. Space traded for time. You sense that happening now in subtle ways. The way the line slows, then moves, then slows again. Each pause carefully placed. It's not glorious, but it's deliberate, and deliberation is what keeps fear from turning into chaos. The sound of firing shifts, growing slightly more distant, and that, paradoxically, makes your ears strain harder. Distance can be reassuring, but it can also mean uncertainty. You glance back and see the outline of ground you've just crossed, now half lost in haze. It's strange how quickly a place can change from here to there, from present to past, simply because you've been told to step away from it. An officer moves along the line, voice steady, reminding everyone to keep their intervals, to watch their footing. His calm is like a hand on the small of your back, guiding without pushing. You think, briefly, that this must be what it's like to back a heavy object down a narrow staircase, every move careful, every pause intentional, because a single slip could send everything sliding. You remember reading about the retreat from Cold Harbor, when Union troops, pinned by intense fire, had to pull back under cover of darkness, inch by inch, leaving behind the ground they had paid so dearly to reach. Those who survived wrote about the strange mix of relief and frustration. The sense of being spared and the ache of not having achieved what they were sent to do. You feel a faint echo of that now. Not in its full tragedy, but in the emotional texture of stepping away instead of forward. A small, rarely discussed reality of retreat is the mental effort it takes not to let it feel like failure. Movement in reverse can feel like an admission, even when it's the smartest, safest choice. You tell yourself that pulling back is not the same as giving up. It's a repositioning. A way of staying intact for whatever comes next. The thought steadies you, like a quiet hand on your own shoulder. The line reaches a slight rise, and the ground feels firmer underfoot. The smoke thins just enough for you to see more clearly, and you realize how carefully the new position has been chosen. From here, there is cover, a better angle, a chance to regroup. The retreat has a purpose, and knowing that makes it easier to accept. Historians still debate about how much the ability to conduct an orderly withdrawal influenced the survival and effectiveness of armies during the Civil War, and whether some commanders earned their reputations as much for knowing when and how to pull back as for knowing when to attack. Some argue that strategic retreats preserved strength and saved lives. Others note that the stigma attached to falling back could damage morale if not handled with care. As with so many things, the truth lies in the balance between perception and necessity. The order comes to halt. You stop, breathing a little harder now. Muscles tense from the controlled movement. The line reforms, spacing adjusted, weapons brought back to the ready. You look around and see familiar faces. Still here, still together. The ground beneath you is different, but the structure of the group remains. And that continuity is a quiet relief. You take a moment to let your breathing slow, to feel the steadiness return to your hands. Retreat has not unraveled you. It has tested your ability to move with restraint instead of impulse. To trust direction when instinct whispers, faster. And in that test, you've learned something important. That survival in this war is not only about advancing bravely, but about knowing how to step back without losing yourself. How to carry order with you even when the direction changes. The pace of the days changes as the season turns. And with it comes a different kind of waiting. The lines settle into what everyone calls winter quarters. Though the word quarters suggests a comfort that doesn't quite exist. You help raise rough huts from logs and earth, stacking them into shapes that look almost like small cabins if you squint and are feeling generous. Smoke from dozens of little chimneys threads into the cold air. And for the first time in weeks, the camp has something like streets. Something like neighborhoods. Cold is no longer a passing visitor. It moves in and unpacks. The mornings begin with frost. A thin white crust that crunches under your boots and makes every surface feel slightly hostile. Your breath fogs the air, and your fingers complain the moment you take off your gloves. Wool layers help, but they also itch and stiffen, and you learn to live with both warmth and discomfort at the same time. Someone jokes that winter is just the war's way of making sure no one gets too comfortable. And another replies that it's doing an excellent job of it. Famous winters loom large in the memory of American wars. And though Valley Forge belongs to an earlier generation, its shadow stretches long. Civil War soldiers knew the stories of men enduring snow, hunger, and exposure, and they carried that knowledge with them when the temperature dropped. During the winter of 1863–64, for example, both Union and Confederate armies settled into camps that became small, frozen towns, complete with drill grounds, kitchens, and makeshift hospitals. Life slowed, but it did not stop. It shifted into a quieter, more endurance-based rhythm. You feel that rhythm now. Days are marked by routine, cutting wood, repairing clothing, standing watch, drilling when weather allows. The physical exertion keeps you warm, but the stillness in between lets the cold creep back in. At night, you curl closer to your blanket, listening to the wind move through the bare branches like a low, restless whisper. It's a sound that seems to go on forever. And you understand how silence and wind together can make a man feel very small. A lesser-known detail from winter camps is how much effort went into simple insulation. Soldiers stuffed cracks in their huts with mud, leaves, and whatever else they could find, creating a patchwork barrier against drafts. Some lined the walls with blankets or extra clothing, turning the interior into a layered cocoon. It wasn't elegant, but it worked well enough to take the edge off the cold. You help with this, pressing mud into gaps, your fingers numb, thinking that you've never paid so much attention to the behavior of air before in your life. Food changes in winter, too. Fresh foraging becomes harder, and rations take on a heavier role again. Salt pork, beans, and whatever preserved vegetables can be found form the backbone of meals. The warmth of a hot stew becomes a small celebration, something that draws people together around a pot the way a fire draws moths. Someone says that winter cooking is the closest thing the army has to comfort food. And another answers that comfort is a relative term. But he'll take it. A third adds that at least hot food proves that the laws of thermodynamics are still on your side. There is time now, more time than during active campaigning. And that time can be both a gift and a burden. Letters are written, reread, and written again. Small projects appear, carving, mending, even attempts at teaching and learning. You see men practicing handwriting, others sketching, some organizing informal lectures about anything from geography to the proper way to fix a boot. It's as if the mind, given a pause, rushes to fill the space with purpose. Yet the cold and the waiting also leave room for thoughts that don't always have easy answers. You think about the months behind you, about the miles and the smoke and the faces you no longer see in line. The stillness of winter has a way of bringing memories closer, as if the quiet invites them to sit down and stay a while. You don't dwell on them deliberately, but they arrive anyway, in the gaps between tasks, in the long evenings when the fire burns low. A small, often overlooked aspect of winter quarters is how discipline had to adapt. Without constant movement, restlessness could grow, and officers worked to keep routines in place, knowing that idle time could fray nerves and morale. Drill continued, even in the cold, though sometimes shortened, and inspections were still held, breath steaming in the air as lines formed. You might think, with a bit of modern humor, that this is the original winter training camp. Except the amenities are minimal and the weather report is always unhelpful. The wind picks up one afternoon, driving a light snow that swirls around the huts and softens the edges of everything. The camp looks almost peaceful. Blanketed in white, the roughness of earth and wood temporarily smoothed over. Someone remarks that it would be beautiful if it weren't so cold. And another answers that beauty is easier to appreciate when your toes aren't trying to freeze. A third suggests that the snow is just trying to give the place a fresh coat of paint. The laughter that follows is quiet but genuine. In the broader story of the war, these winter pauses were times of regrouping and planning. Armies reorganized, received reinforcements, and prepared for the campaigns that would resume with spring. Yet for the individuals within them, winter was less about grand strategy and more about endurance, about keeping warm, staying healthy, and holding onto a sense of purpose when the days were short and the nights long. Historians still debate about how the conditions of winter quarters affected the readiness of troops, and whether the rest they provided outweighed the toll of cold and disease that often accompanied them. Some argue that the pause allowed for recovery and training. Others point out that illness and exposure continued to thin the ranks even when guns were silent. As ever, the truth seems to lie in a mix of both, in the complex balance between rest and risk. As evening settles and you draw closer to the small fire outside your hut, you watch the sparks rise and fade into the dark. The warmth on your face contrasts sharply with the cold at your back, and you find yourself turning slightly, seeking the best angle, the small sweet spot between too hot and too cold. It's a simple, human adjustment, and in it, you recognize something steady and familiar. The war may set the stage, but the daily act of enduring winter, of building shelter, sharing warmth, and waiting for the light to return, feels like a quieter, older story, one about people and seasons and the long patience required to see one turn into the next. Even in the stillness of winter quarters, the war keeps teaching new lessons, and many of them arrive on stretchers. You find yourself near one of the larger hospital tents, drawn there by the steady movement of orderlies and the low, purposeful hum of work. The cold outside sharpens the smells inside: clean water, cloth, and the faint, lingering edge of antiseptic that tries, bravely, to hold its own against everything else. It's a different world from the battlefield, but it's no less intense, just quieter and more focused. The Civil War is often remembered for its destruction, yet it is also a turning point for medicine. A famous example is the work done after battles like Antietam, where the sheer number of wounded forced surgeons and nurses to organize care on a scale never before attempted in America. Triage, deciding who needed help first and who could wait, became a practiced skill rather than an improvised one. You watch as patients are sorted with calm efficiency, each movement guided by experience and a kind of grim compassion. A lesser-known detail is how rapidly nursing evolved during this time, especially with the involvement of women like Clara Barton and Dorothea Dix, who helped formalize roles, training, and standards of care. Before the war, nursing in the United States was largely informal, often done by family members. Now, you see rows of cots attended by people who move with quiet confidence, checking pulses, changing bandages, offering water, and speaking in low, steady voices. It's the beginning of a profession taking shape under pressure. You notice small innovations everywhere. Instruments are laid out more systematically than before, and hands are washed more often, even if the full reasons aren't yet scientifically understood. A doctor mentions that keeping wounds clean seems to reduce complications, a practical observation that spreads from tent to tent. You might think, with a faint modern smile, that this is the beta version of modern hygiene. No glossy instruction manuals yet, but a lot of learning by careful, determined trial. Someone nearby jokes softly that the surgeons work faster than any tailor he's ever seen, and another replies that at least these tailors are trying to save more than just a good fit. A third adds that if speed were a sport, the operating table would have its own record book. The humor is gentle, respectful, and it helps keep the atmosphere from growing too heavy. You hear about the development of organized ambulance services. units dedicated solely to transporting the wounded quickly and safely from the field. At battles like Fredericksburg and later during Grant's Overland Campaign, this system meant that men reached care in hours rather than days. A small, often overlooked improvement was the standardization of stretchers and the training of crews to move them smoothly, reducing jostling and further injury. It's logistics in the service of mercy. As you stand there, you realize how much coordination it takes: surgeons, nurses, orderlies, supply clerks, all working in a quiet rhythm. It's a different kind of formation, one built not for advancing or holding ground, but for preserving life. The discipline you saw on the drill field echoes here, transformed into careful hands and measured steps. There's a sense of hope, too, subtle but present. New techniques are tried, records are kept, and outcomes are compared. Knowledge accumulates, not in textbooks yet, but in shared experience and observation. You think, with a bit of modern irony, that this is the original research and development department. Except the lab is a tent and the stakes are very, very personal. Historians still debate about how much the Civil War accelerated modern medical practice, and whether the advances in organization, sanitation, and nursing would have come as quickly without the immense pressure of mass casualties. Some argue that necessity drove innovation at unprecedented speed. Others point out that many ideas were already forming and simply found a harsh proving ground. Either way, the result was a transformation that would shape care long after the last shot was fired. You step back out into the cold, the sounds of the hospital fading behind you. The wind carries the quiet of the camp, and you feel a renewed respect for the kind of courage that doesn't carry a rifle, but a bandage, a basin of water, or a steady hand. In this war, endurance takes many forms, and here, in these tents, it looks like patience, precision, and the stubborn belief that even in the midst of so much harm, it is still worth the effort to heal. As winter deepens, the nights grow longer, and with them comes a need for something that can stretch across the dark hours and make them feel less empty. It arrives in the form of music, not the grand kind with orchestras and bright halls, but the simple, carried in a pocket kind: fiddles, harmonicas, a drum that has seen better days, and voices that are sometimes off-key but always earnest. Someone begins a tune near one of the larger fires, and the sound drifts outward, threading through the huts and tents. It's slow at first, almost cautious, as if the melody is testing the air to see if it's welcome. Then another voice joins, then another, and soon the song is no longer owned by any one person. It becomes part of the camp, rising and falling with the crackle of wood and the sigh of the wind. During the Civil War, music was everywhere. Regimental bands played during marches, at ceremonies, and sometimes even on the edges of battlefields. At Fredericksburg, bands famously played "Home, Sweet Home" as wounded men were carried past, the familiar tune bringing both comfort and a sharp ache of longing. Songs traveled faster than letters and lasted longer than speeches, embedding themselves in memory and routine. A lesser-known detail is how often opposing camps could hear each other's music at night. In quieter stretches, a song begun on one side might be answered by the same melody from the other, the tune crossing the dark no-man's land like a cautious handshake. For a few minutes, the war's lines blurred, and everyone listened to the same notes under the same sky. You imagine that now, and it feels strangely intimate, like discovering that a distant neighbor hums the same lullaby. You sit close to the fire, letting its warmth soak into your hands, and listen. The song is about home, about fields and rivers and people waiting. The words are simple, but they land with a weight that surprises you. You find yourself thinking of the road, of the marches, of the smoke and the waiting, and how far all of it feels from the quiet images in the melody. Someone beside you murmurs that this tune always makes him think of summer evenings. Another answers that it makes him think of not being cold. A third adds that both sound equally good right now. The laughter that follows is soft, but it carries a note of relief. Music does something subtle to morale. It doesn't erase fear or fatigue, but it reshapes them, giving them a place to rest for a moment. A small, rarely discussed observation from soldiers' diaries is how singing together synchronized breathing and posture. The way marching did, but with gentler purpose. It created a sense of unity that didn't depend on commands, only on shared rhythm and memory. The harmonica player switches to a livelier tune, and a few feet begin to tap despite the cold. Someone jokes that if the ground weren't frozen, they'd try dancing. Another replies that dancing on ice might be a new military exercise. A third says he'd prefer to keep his bones in their current arrangement. Even so, shoulders sway a little, and the mood lightens, as if the fire has grown brighter without actually changing. In the larger sweep of the war, music accompanied every stage: the enthusiasm of enlistment, the long boredom of camp, the sorrow of loss, and the uncertain hope of quiet evenings like this. It was a portable piece of culture, carried in memory and muscle, ready to be unpacked wherever people found a moment to breathe. Historians still debate about how deeply such cultural comforts affected soldiers' resilience, and whether shared songs and rituals truly strengthened resolve or merely provided brief distraction. Some argue that they built a powerful emotional framework that helped men endure. Others suggest they were small lights in a very large darkness. The truth, as usual, seems to lie in the way those small lights added up, one after another, until they formed something like a constellation. As the fire burns lower and the song fades, you feel the quiet settle back in, but it's a kinder quiet now, filled with echoes. You carry the melody with you as you head toward your hut, its rhythm lingering like warmth in your chest. In a world of orders and alarms, of cold and waiting, the simple act of singing together has reminded you that there is still room for harmony. Even here, and that sometimes, the most powerful weapon against the long night is a familiar tune. Shared and softly held, the song fades, and with it comes a quieter, heavier task that no one can avoid for long. Loss has been a steady companion, but now, in the stillness of winter, it asks to be acknowledged. A burial detail is formed, and you find yourself walking behind it, boots crunching softly over frozen ground. The earth is hard, reluctant to open, and the shovels ring faintly as they strike soil that resists like stone. There are no grand speeches, no long ceremonies, just a few words, spoken simply, carried by cold air, a name, a unit, a brief prayer. The wind moves through bare branches above, making a low sound that feels almost like a sigh. You stand with your hat in your hands, feeling the chill on your scalp, And you realize how quiet a group of soldiers can be when words would only get in the way. Civil War burials were often hurried, especially after large battles. At Antietam and Gettysburg, thousands of men were laid to rest in shallow graves at first, marked by wooden boards or sometimes only by the memory of where they had fallen. Later, efforts would be made to identify and rebury many of them properly. But in the moment, the priority was simply to give some form of dignity, some acknowledgement that a life had ended and deserved to be noted. A lesser-known detail from this time is how often comrades took it upon themselves to mark graves with whatever they could find: a carved piece of wood, a stone with initials scratched into it, even a bent bayonet stuck into the ground. These makeshift markers were acts of quiet care, small promises that someone had noticed, that someone would remember. You see one now. A rough board with a name and a date. The letters uneven but deeply cut, as if the person carving them wanted to make sure they would last. Someone beside you murmurs that the ground is too hard, and another answers that it will soften in spring. The reply hangs in the air, carrying both practicality and something gentler. The idea that time, like weather, will change what feels unmovable now. A third voice adds softly that at least the cold keeps things peaceful. And no one argues. Peace, here, is a relative term, but it's the closest thing available. You think of the famous photographs taken after battles. Rows of graves stretching into the distance, each one a small, silent statement. Those images would later shape how the war was remembered. But standing here, the experience is less about scale and more about proximity. One grave, one name, one place where the line is now permanently shorter. The burial detail works steadily. And when it's done, the men step back, straightening their coats, adjusting belts, performing small, habitual motions that bring them back into the rhythm of the living. There is a brief, shared pause, and then the group begins to drift apart, each person carrying the moment in a private way. Historians still debate about how the constant presence of death affected soldiers' views of life, faith, and the future, and whether repeated exposure led to emotional hardening or a deeper, quieter sensitivity. Some accounts speak of numbness, others of a heightened awareness of time and connection. The truth likely lives in both, shifting from day to day, from person to person. As you turn back toward camp, the cold air feels sharper, the sky wider. You walk slowly, letting the crunch of frost under your boots set a gentle, steady rhythm. The grave behind you is now part of the landscape, one more point in a world already marked by many. You don't linger, but you don't forget either. In this war, remembering is not a single act, it's a habit, carried forward in the way you speak names, in the way you stand a little straighter, in the way you understand that every quiet moment has been bought with something that deserves to be honored. Even in silence, as winter loosens its grip and the days begin to lengthen, you notice changes that go beyond the weather. The tools of war themselves are shifting, quietly but decisively, and you feel it in the weight of your musket, in the range it can reach, in the way battles are fought from farther away than ever before. Warfare is evolving, and you are standing inside that evolution, even if it doesn't come with a clear announcement. The Civil War is often called the first modern war, and much of that reputation comes from its weapons: rifled muskets, more accurate and longer-ranged than the smoothbore firearms of earlier conflicts, have transformed the battlefield. At places like Gettysburg and Spotsylvania, lines that once might have closed to short distances now exchange fire across hundreds of yards. The air between them a dangerous, invisible field. You think, with a faint modern comparison, that it's like the difference between shouting across a room and sending a message across a crowded city. Distance suddenly matters in a new way. You feel that difference in how cautiously everyone moves, in how much importance is placed on cover, on angles, on the small rises and dips in the ground. Earthworks appear more frequently now. Trenches and breastworks thrown up with remarkable speed, as if the landscape itself is being taught to crouch. A lesser-known detail from this period is how quickly soldiers became skilled at digging, using whatever tools they had, turning shovels and even tin plates into instruments of survival. The ability to reshape the ground becomes almost as important as the ability to fire a weapon. Artillery, too, has changed. Improved cannons with greater range and accuracy mean that areas once thought safe are now within reach. You remember the sound of shells passing overhead, that rushing, tearing noise that seems to slice the air, and how it made distance feel suddenly very small. Battles like Petersburg, with their extended siege and heavy use of earthworks and bombardment, show how warfare is stretching out, becoming less about quick clashes and more about sustained pressure. Someone near you remarks that the war feels like it's learning new tricks, and another answers that it's learning them faster than anyone would like. A third adds that if the weapons keep improving, the men are going to have to improve at staying out of their way. The humor is light, but it carries an edge of truth. Technology is not neutral here. It shapes how fear, courage, and survival are experienced. A small, often overlooked change is in the ammunition itself. The Minié ball, with its conical shape, travels farther and strikes harder than earlier round shot, and its impact is more devastating. You don't need a technical explanation to understand that. You see it in the way injuries are described, in the way surgeons talk about shattered bone and deep wounds. It's another reminder that progress, in this context, is a complicated word. Communication is evolving as well. Telegraph lines, when they can be kept intact, allow information to travel faster than ever before, connecting distant fronts and headquarters. Orders that once would have taken days can now be sent in hours or minutes. Yet the battlefield itself remains a place of runners and shouted commands, of messages carried by people who have to cross open ground. You sense the tension between these two speeds, the rapid and the immediate, and how sometimes they collide. You think of how these changes alter the rhythm of war. Engagements can be more lethal, but also more static, with long periods of waiting punctuated by intense bursts of action. The long lines and trenches around Petersburg foreshadow a style of fighting that future generations will recognize all too well. It's as if the war is experimenting, trying out patterns that will be repeated, refined, and, sadly, expanded in years to come. Historians still debate about how decisive these technological shifts were in determining the war's outcome, and whether superior weapons and infrastructure gave one side an unavoidable advantage, or if leadership and manpower remained the primary factors. Some argue that industry and innovation tipped the balance, Others maintain that human decisions and endurance were still the final arbiters. Standing where you are, the argument feels less abstract. You can feel the weight of the metal in your hands, the depth of the trenches under your boots. And you know that whatever the historians decide, these tools and changes are shaping every step you take. As you look out over the landscape, you see the marks of this evolving warfare etched into it: fresh earthworks, cleared fields of fire, roads widened for artillery. The land itself is being taught new roles, turned into shield and obstacle, into platform and warning. You adjust your gear, feeling its familiar weight, and you realize that you are part of a moment when the old and the new overlap. When traditions of line and volley meet the emerging realities of range and entrenchment. You take a slow breath, letting it out into the cool air, and you think about how the future will look back on this time as a turning point. For you, it is simply the present, a world where the rules are changing even as you are learning them. You move forward with that awareness, knowing that the war is not only testing courage and endurance, but also adapting, reshaping itself, and in doing so, reshaping the lives of everyone caught within its expanding reach. As the armies shift and the weather softens, your thoughts drift beyond the lines and into the towns and farms that sit just out of sight. You've marched past them, camped near them, and sometimes drawn from them what you needed to keep going. Now, in quieter moments, you begin to sense the other side of this long struggle, the lives of civilians whose days are shaped, bent, and sometimes broken by the same movements that carry you forward. You picture a small town near a rail junction, the kind that suddenly becomes important because tracks run through it. During the war, places like Chattanooga or Corinth changed almost overnight, filling with soldiers, wagons, and the constant hum of logistics. Shops that once sold everyday goods found themselves supplying armies, and streets that once heard only local conversation now echoed with the tramp of boots and the rattle of artillery wheels. You imagine standing at the edge of such a town, watching it try to be ordinary while history insists on using it as a thoroughfare. A well-known example is how civilians in Gettysburg woke to find their quiet community transformed into the center of a massive battle. Their homes turned into hospitals and their fields into lines of fire. But beyond these famous moments were countless smaller disruptions. Farms stripped of fence rails for firewood. Barns emptied to feed men and horses. Families hosting strangers in uniform because there was simply nowhere else for them to go. War, you realize, doesn't just pass through, it settles in, rearranges furniture, and leaves marks on the walls. A lesser-known detail from letters and diaries is how some civilians kept careful accounts of what was taken and what was left. Hoping for compensation later, they noted numbers of chickens, sacks of grain, lengths of cloth, as if keeping a ledger might help restore order to a world suddenly made unpredictable. You might think, with gentle irony, that this is the earliest form of expense tracking under extreme conditions. Except the receipts are memories and the reimbursement is uncertain at best. You recall how foraging parties, like the ones you saw earlier, walked a careful line between necessity and intrusion. An officer would knock, explain, sometimes offer payment or a promise of it. A farmer would nod, perhaps reluctantly, perhaps with a quiet sense of duty, and watch as part of a year's labor disappeared into army wagons. The exchange was often polite, But the imbalance was clear. One side had numbers and need, the other had limited choices. In some regions, civilians learned to adapt in remarkable ways. Women organized relief societies, sewing uniforms and bandages, sending boxes of food and clothing to the front. Children gathered scrap metal and helped in fields left short-handed. A small, often overlooked fact is how communities developed informal networks to share news, passing along information about troop movements or shortages with the same efficiency as any official system. It was communication by conversation, by whispered updates at church or market, a parallel information web that kept people oriented in uncertain times. You think of how the war reached into homes even when no soldiers were present. The absence of men, the anxiety of waiting for letters, the strain of making do with fewer hands and fewer resources, all of it reshaped daily life. Someone near you remarks that the war seems to be happening everywhere at once. And another replies that it's like a storm so large you can't find its edge. A third adds that even when it's not raining where you stand, you can hear the thunder. The comparison feels apt, and quietly poetic. There were moments of unexpected connection, too. Soldiers and civilians sometimes shared meals, stories, and brief kindnesses that cut across the usual boundaries. A family might offer coffee or bread, and in return hear news of distant relatives or far-off towns. These small exchanges didn't erase the larger hardships, but they created pockets of humanity that lingered in memory long after the uniforms moved on. You consider how the home front worked to support the armies. Often invisibly, factories shifted to produce uniforms, weapons, and supplies. Railroads stretched and strained to carry them. A rarely mentioned aspect is how women took on new roles in these industries, stepping into jobs previously closed to them, gaining skills and a measure of independence that would outlast the war itself. Change, it seems, was not confined to the battlefield. Historians still debate about how deeply civilian endurance and organization influenced the war's outcome, and whether the ability of communities to sustain production and morale was as decisive as any battlefield victory. Some argue that the resilience of the home front provided the foundation for prolonged campaigns. Others suggest that the sheer scale of military operations would have overwhelmed even the most determined civilian efforts. As with so much else, the truth likely lies in the interaction between the two, in the way front and rear leaned on each other, sometimes uneasily, but always connected. As you shoulder your pack and prepare to move again, you carry this awareness with you. The road ahead is not just a line on a map. It threads through lives and landscapes that will remember your passing long after the column has gone. You step forward with a new, quieter understanding that this war is not only the story of armies in motion, but of towns adapting, of families waiting, and of countless ordinary people whose days are shaped by the same great, unrelenting tide of events. Even when they stand far from the sound of guns, the waiting returns, but now it feels different. Heavier in a way that isn't tied to weather or hunger or even fear of the next fight. It's inside you. You notice it in the small pauses between tasks, in the way your thoughts drift when your hands are busy and your body is still. The war has become a constant background hum, and your mind, never fully off duty, seems to listen for it even in quiet moments. You stand in line for rations and realize you've been replaying sounds that aren't there: the distant boom of artillery, the sharp crack of a rifle, the sudden shout of an order. The camp around you is calm, yet part of you stays braced, as if expecting noise to break in at any second. A man beside you rubs his temples and mutters that he can't tell anymore if the ringing in his ears is from last week's guns or just his own thoughts. Another answers that if thoughts made noise, this place would never be quiet. A third adds that his mind has apparently decided to stay on night watch permanently. This constant alertness was something many soldiers described, though they didn't have a modern name for it. Letters speak of jumpiness, of waking at the smallest sound, of feeling as if the body never quite stood down from its assigned post. A lesser-known detail is how some men wrote about being startled by everyday noises long after battles: doors slamming, wagons rattling, even thunder, each sound briefly pulling them back into the expectation of danger. The nervous system, once trained to survive, was slow to forget its lessons. You think about how anticipation itself becomes exhausting. Before a fight, the body tenses, ready to act. Afterward, it tries to relax, but not all the way. It's like holding a weight just above the ground for too long, not lifting, not setting it down, simply hovering in between. Someone nearby jokes that his shoulders are tired even when his pack is off. And another replies that maybe they've gotten used to carrying worry instead of gear. A third says worry should at least come with straps to make it easier to manage. Sleep, when it comes, is often light. You drift in and out, aware of the world around you, half listening for footsteps or voices. Dreams, when they appear, are vivid and strangely detailed, blending home and camp, past and present, until it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. You wake with the sense that your mind has been busy all night, even if your body hasn't moved. At the same time, there's a dullness that settles in, a kind of emotional callous. You notice it when news arrives of losses in another unit, and your first reaction is a quiet, tired acceptance rather than shock. It's not that you don't care, it's that caring at full intensity all the time would be too much to carry. You learn, unconsciously, to ration feeling the way you ration food and energy. Historians still debate how to understand this inner wear and tear. Some see it as a form of resilience, the mind's way of adapting to prolonged stress. Others point out how many veterans later spoke of restlessness, of difficulty settling back into ordinary life, as if part of them remained on the march even when the war was over. The language of the time often framed it as nerves or exhaustion. But behind those words were real, persistent changes in how people experienced the world. You find small ways to manage it. Routine helps. Cleaning your equipment, mending clothing, doing the same tasks in the same order. Conversation helps, too, especially when it drifts into ordinary topics: weather, food, stories from before the war. These moments act like anchors, reminding your mind that not every second requires vigilance. You might think, with a faint modern smile, that this is the original form of downtime. Except the brain doesn't always get the memo. One evening, as you sit and watch the light fade, someone says that the hardest part isn't the fighting, but the waiting for it. Another agrees, adding that the waiting gives your imagination too much freedom. A third replies that if imagination were paid by the hour, It would be very rich by now. The humor is quiet, but it carries understanding. Everyone knows what the others mean. You realize that the war has taught you to live in a state of readiness that never fully switches off. It has sharpened your senses, tightened your reactions, and, at the same time, worn small grooves into your thoughts. You are more alert, but also more tired in ways that sleep alone doesn't fix. As the camp settles for the night, you lie back and look up at the darkening sky. The stars appear, steady and indifferent, the same ones you knew before all of this began. Their calm, distant light feels like a reminder that there are rhythms larger and slower than this war. Rhythms that continue whether you are tense or at rest. You take a slow breath and let it out, trying to follow one of those larger rhythms, to let your pulse and your thoughts ease just a little. You know the alertness will return, it always does, but for this moment. In the soft space between duties, you allow yourself to be simply present, to acknowledge the quiet strain you carry, and to rest in the small, fragile peace of a night that, at least for now, holds no urgent orders. By now, endurance has become less about heroic bursts of strength and more about the quiet art of adjustment. You notice it in the way you lace your boots, pulling just tight enough to support but not so tight that your feet go numb. You notice it in how you shift your pack slightly to one side, then the other, sharing the load so no single muscle group complains too loudly. Survival here is not a single skill, it's a collection of small, learned habits, stitched together day by day. You think back to long campaigns like Grant's Overland Campaign of 1864, when armies moved and fought almost continuously for weeks. Veterans of those marches later wrote that the body seemed to develop its own economy, learning when to conserve and when to spend energy. The way a careful household manages a limited budget. You feel that same calculation happening inside you now. A quiet accounting of strength, hunger, and rest. You might joke that your body has become an expert at resource management, and that if this were a game, you'd finally unlocked the advanced level. Another voice nearby adds that the tutorial was way too long and far too realistic. A third says he'd like to skip the next update. A lesser-known detail from soldiers' routines is how they learned to modify even the smallest actions to reduce strain. Some rolled their blankets in a particular way to make a better pillow and a bit of insulation at the same time. Others placed their canteens in specific spots on their belts so the weight balanced more evenly. You find yourself copying such tricks without thinking, adopting them as naturally as you once adopted the habits of home. It's a kind of informal science, built from observation and shared experience rather than books. You watch men around you doing the same. One stretches his calves before a march, having learned the hard way that tight muscles lead to painful miles. Another wraps a strip of cloth around a sore wrist for support. Someone else adjusts the way he carries his musket, resting it across his forearm instead of gripping it tightly, letting bone carry weight that muscle would otherwise have to hold. These are small things, but together they make the difference between lasting and faltering. Adaptation isn't only physical. You notice how conversations have changed, too. There's less speculation about when the war will end and more focus on what needs to be done today. It's not pessimism, it's practicality. The future feels too large to hold all at once. So attention narrows to the next meal, the next march, the next watch. You might think, with a faint modern comparison, that this is the original version of living in the moment. Though the moment is usually muddy and rarely comes with inspirational quotes. At the same time, you sense a growing confidence in your own ability to handle what comes. Not bravado, but a steady belief that you can manage discomfort. That you can keep moving even when conditions aren't kind. It's the confidence of experience. Earned rather than imagined. You've been cold and learned how to get warm. You've been hungry and learned how to make do. You've been afraid and learned how to stand anyway. A small, rarely discussed aspect of this adaptation is how humor evolves. Early in the war, jokes might have been louder, more hopeful. Now they're quieter, sharper, tuned to the realities everyone shares. Someone comments that his boots have finally molded to his feet so well that he's afraid to take them off, in case they forget the shape. Another replies that his boots and his feet are now in a committed relationship. A third adds that it's the most stable relationship in camp. The laughter that follows is soft but genuine, a sign that even weariness has learned to smile. You think about how armies that adapted well tended to endure. During the long siege of Petersburg, for example, both sides developed intricate trench systems, learning how to live underground, how to rotate men, how to cope with monotony and danger over months. It wasn't just about firepower, it was about settling into a new kind of life and making it sustainable. Even under constant threat. Historians still debate about how much this ability to adapt, physically, mentally, and socially, contributed to ultimate success or survival, and whether it was shaped more by leadership, environment, or individual resilience. Some argue that adaptable units could absorb losses and hardships more effectively. Others suggest that adaptation was a universal response, and that outcomes were decided more by resources and strategy. As always, the larger picture is complex, but the personal one is clear. You are not the same person who first stepped onto the road. As you prepare for another day, you feel the familiar weight of your gear settle. But it no longer feels quite as foreign or as overwhelming. Your body knows what to do with it. Your mind, too, has learned how to carry its own load, how to set some worries down for a while, how to pick them up again when needed, and how to keep going in between. You take a slow breath, feeling the air fill your lungs. And you realize that endurance is no longer a question of whether you can continue, but of how you continue. With small adjustments, shared knowledge, and a steady, patient will, you move forward, not because the path is easy, but because you have learned, in countless quiet ways, how to walk it. The air carries a different tension now. One that isn't quite fear and isn't quite relief. It's the feeling of something winding down, like a long piece of music approaching its final notes. You sense it in the way orders are given, in the way rumors travel faster than usual, in the way people listen more closely when news arrives. The war is not over yet, but it is changing shape, drawing its long arc toward an ending that everyone hopes for and no one can quite imagine. You think of the spring of 1865, when armies moved with a kind of weary determination, knowing that the last chapters were being written. The fall of Richmond, the evacuation of Petersburg, the long, pressured movements that finally brought Lee's army to Appomattox. These names and places are becoming part of the daily conversation. Not as distant history, but as immediate reference points. You picture columns moving through churned roads, The same mud and dust you know so well. Only now with a sense that each mile matters in a new way. There's a famous image of that time. Men marching not with the fierce urgency of earlier campaigns, but with a steady, almost solemn focus, aware that the end might be near but unwilling to assume it. You feel something similar in your own steps. The routine is the same: pack, line, march, but the undercurrent has shifted. It's like walking toward a horizon you've been watching for a long time, finally seeing it draw close enough to show detail. A lesser-known detail from these final months is how supply and communication, strained for so long, began to show both their strength and their fragility at once. Rail lines were pushed to their limits. Telegraph wires carried rapid updates. And yet a single broken bridge or cut line could still slow everything down. Soldiers wrote about waiting for news that seemed just hours away, only to have it delayed by weather, by damaged tracks, by the simple difficulty of moving information across a landscape worn by years of war. You might think, with gentle modern irony, that even at the end, the system still had buffering issues. In camp, conversations circle the same questions. How much longer? What will happen when it's done? Someone says he's trying not to imagine the moment too clearly, in case it jinxes it. Another replies that he's already planned what he'll eat first, and that it involves more than 2 ingredients and no hardtack at all. A third adds that he's going to sleep in a bed that doesn't move, creak, or complain, and that this alone feels like a luxury beyond measure. The jokes are hopeful, tentative, as if hope itself needs to be spoken softly at first. You hear about the long pursuit that followed the evacuation of Petersburg. How Union forces pressed forward. How Confederate units, exhausted and short on supplies, tried to keep moving, to stay intact long enough to find a way out. The word exhaustion appears again and again in accounts. Not just physical, but emotional, a deep, collective weariness that made every decision heavier. You understand that weariness. It's the kind that settles into bones and thoughts. The kind that makes even good news feel like it needs to be handled carefully. A small, often overlooked aspect of this period is how discipline and routine continued right up to the end. Drill, watch, camp duties, none of it simply vanished because peace seemed possible. Officers knew that letting structure dissolve too early could invite confusion or worse. You see it in the way lines still form, in the way orders are still followed, in the way the day still has a shape. It's as if the war, even as it nears its close, insists on being taken seriously to the very last moment. You also notice a change in how people look at one another. There's a bit more softness in expressions, a bit more patience in voices. It's not that the edge is gone, it's that it's beginning to dull. Someone helps another adjust a strap and says, half joking, that they'd like to arrive at the end in one piece, if possible. Another answers that one piece might be optimistic, but they'll aim for mostly. A third adds that mostly is a very respectable goal. The laughter is quiet, but it carries relief in its tone. The news, when it comes, is sometimes fragmentary. A town taken, a line broken, a negotiation rumored. You learn to treat each report with cautious hope, the way you would treat a thin patch of ice, encouraging, but not yet something to run across. You think about how, at Appomattox, the formal end came not with a final, thunderous battle, but with a meeting in a small house. With words and signatures and the simple act of laying down arms. After years of noise, the conclusion itself was, in a way, quiet. Historians still debate about how inevitable that ending was in those last months, and whether different choices earlier might have shortened the conflict or changed its shape. Some argue that material advantages and strategic positions had made the outcome certain. Others point to the stubborn endurance and complex decisions that could, at many points, have led to different paths. The arguments are detailed and ongoing. But standing where you are, the theory feels secondary to the sensation of time finally, slowly, turning a corner. You walk with that sensation beside you, like a shadow that grows longer as the sun lowers. The war has taught you how to move, how to wait, how to endure. Now it is teaching you how to approach an ending without rushing it. How to hold on to discipline even as the thought of release hovers just ahead. You keep your pace, steady and measured, carrying both fatigue and a cautious, fragile hope. And in the quiet between steps, you allow yourself to imagine what it might feel like when the orders finally change. When the long vigilance can, at last, begin to soften into something else. Something like the first true rest after a journey that has asked for everything you had. And a little more besides. The last days arrive without trumpets. They come the way dusk comes, first a soft change in color, then a deepening, until you realize the light you've been standing in for so long is finally, truly shifting. Orders still move through the camp, but their tone is gentler, less urgent. The routines remain, yet they feel like habits you're about to outgrow. Like wearing a uniform that has shaped itself to your body and is now, slowly, preparing to be folded away. You hear the news in pieces at first, carried by messengers and whispered between tents. A surrender here, an army laying down arms there. Names of towns and rivers you've learned to associate with movement and danger now paired with words like parole and ceasefire. It doesn't feel real at once. After so much time living in a world defined by readiness, the idea of not needing to be ready is strangely difficult to grasp. You think of Appomattox, of that small, quiet room where leaders met, and of how the end of such vast suffering was marked not by explosions, but by signatures and handshakes. The contrast is almost gentle. Like the closing of a heavy book, the story inside is loud and crowded, but the final page turns with a soft sound. Around you, men react in different ways. Some are openly relieved, their shoulders dropping as if a weight they didn't know they were still carrying has finally been set down. Others are quiet, thoughtful, as if trying to understand what comes after a life so structured by orders and lines and watches. A few joke, cautiously, about what they'll do first: real beds, real food, real silence. One says he's going to walk without a pack just to remember what that feels like. Another answers that he might forget how to stop marching. A third adds that at least the road home doesn't require formation. You feel something similar, a mix of lightness and uncertainty. The habits that kept you going, constant alertness, careful movement, the steady acceptance of discomfort, don't switch off immediately. They linger, like echoes in a room after the music has stopped. You realize that the war has taught you how to endure. But now it must teach you how to release that endurance. How to let your muscles and your thoughts rest in a way they haven't for a long time. A lesser-known detail from the days following the end is how strange ordinary sounds felt. The clatter of dishes, the lowing of cattle, the simple noise of a town waking up. Many veterans wrote that these things seemed almost too loud, too alive. After years of listening for cannon and commands, silence itself, when it finally came, could feel just as overwhelming, as if the world had suddenly expanded and no longer pressed in on every side. You walk through camp one last time, noticing the small things you once took for granted. The way a fire settles into embers. The way a blanket smells of smoke and wool. The way footprints crisscross the dirt in familiar patterns. These are the textures of a life lived in close quarters, of days measured by duty and nights by watch. You know that soon, this temporary world of canvas and logs will begin to dissolve, its streets and neighborhoods returning to fields and forests. It's a strange thought, that something so intense can also be so impermanent. There is a moment when the final confirmation arrives, and it moves through the camp like a soft wave. Not a roar, not a cheer, more like a collective exhale. You feel it in your chest, in the way your breath deepens without you quite deciding to make it do so. The long, taut line of attention that has stretched through months and years finally slackens. Just a little. You stand with your pack at your feet, hands resting on it, and you think about the road ahead. It leads away from drill grounds and picket lines, away from smoke and winter huts, toward places that have been waiting. You imagine stepping onto it without the weight of expectation pressing down quite so hard. Without the constant calculation of distance and danger. The idea feels almost unreal. Like imagining a different life. Historians still debate how the end of the war was experienced by those who lived through it, whether relief outweighed grief. Whether hope quickly filled the space left by vigilance, or whether the habits of conflict lingered, shaping lives long after the last orders were given. Some speak of celebration, others of quiet, thoughtful return. The truth, as always, is likely a mixture, written differently in each person who walked away from the lines. You take one more look around, letting your eyes trace the familiar shapes. The men who have shared this long passage of time with you. There are nods, small smiles, a few handshakes that carry more meaning than words. You understand that what you've been part of is larger than any single moment. And yet made entirely of moments like these, simple, human, and deeply felt. Then you lift your pack. Not because you must march, but because you are ready to move on. The weight is still there, but it feels different now, as if it belongs to the past even as you carry it. You step forward, and with that step, you cross an invisible line, leaving behind the constant edge of readiness and entering a quieter, wider space. The war fades behind you, not all at once, but gradually, like a sound growing distant. What remains is the steady rhythm of your own breathing, the ground under your feet, and the sense that, at last, the long journey of endurance is giving way to something gentler, something that allows you to lower your shoulders, to unclench your hands, and to walk not toward the next order, but toward rest. The light grows softer now. And so does the story. You let the images you've carried, roads and fires, songs and silence, cold nights and careful steps, slowly drift, as if they're being placed, one by one, onto a calm, dark surface. The pace of your thoughts eases, the way a river widens as it nears the sea. You imagine yourself settling into that quiet space beyond the march, where nothing demands immediate attention, where the body no longer has to listen for distant signals or prepare for sudden movement. Your breathing finds an even rhythm, in and out, like the gentle rise and fall of a tide that has no urgency, only continuity. The echoes of voices and commands soften into something like a low, comforting hum, the way a fan sounds in a dark room, steady and reassuring. Each memory blurs at the edges, not disappearing, but becoming less sharp, less insistent, until it feels safe to simply let it be. You allow your shoulders to relax, your hands to rest, your mind to drift the way it does when you're close to sleep. When images come and go without needing to be followed, the long road, the cold nights, the waiting, the endurance, all of it gently recedes, like scenery sliding past a window as the train slows for its final stop. There is no rush here, only the soft understanding that the journey, for tonight, is complete, and that it's all right to rest in the quiet that follows. You sink into that calm, wrapped in the steady rhythm of breath and the fading warmth of the story. And you let your thoughts grow lighter, slower, more distant, until they are little more than shadows moving across a dark, peaceful field. And in that field, with the world finally still and your mind at ease, you drift into sleep. End of script. Sweet dreams.